Welcome to day 3 of ICLW 2020, our final day of the conference. I'm David Goralnik. I'm happy to be here with you for one more day, and hope you've enjoyed the week so far. And a lot going on, and it's great to have you back. We have a full morning Eastern time once again, starting with our panel discussion about reimagining learning, particularly during these difficult times, and looking forward and reimagining and thinking about what we can do, how we can change things, and how we can bring about changes to the way that people learn, both in the world of education and, of course, in the workplace. So a lot to talk about there. A lot of great talks as well. We've got Katrina John talking about mixed teaching teams and MOOCs. We have Marin Pali on blended learning and using an app in a classroom setting. Fernando Salvetti with another cool example and demo video of his eReal mixed reality system. This one's about integrating performance support and simulation. Sigrid Sheffer-Wenzel and Igor Miladinovich on developing 21st century skills. Saranta Sakairas on mobile apps, Ashraf Badawi on machine learning's role in adaptive learning. We have interviews, we have more, and all of that is just before the break. So before we get going, I want to check in with Ray and Jane again. Ray and Jane, for those of you who have missed them earlier this week, have been recurring characters for us here at ICW 2020. They are from a program that we developed for the Practicing Law Institute, called PLI, which is a continuing legal education provider in New York. They are the biggest and best known legal education provider. And this is from a course about how to work with pro bono clients. And so the audience of the course is attorneys, either from large firms or from legal aid offices who are working with pro bono clients. There's a lot to deal with in the kind of situation where you are working with a client who's getting your services for free, just in terms of the way the power structure is set up, their expectations, your expectations. Ray, in this case, Ray Richardson, who you see on the right side of your screen in his fancy office. Ray is an attorney at a big firm who is working this pro bono case. Jane is his client. She has come to see him. She's going through a difficult divorce. Her husband is asking for lots of things, including money that she doesn't have and he has no rights to, and she's been upset about it. So we saw their initial meeting earlier in the week, and yesterday we then saw some recommendations from other attorneys about what we might want to do. And those of you who were here for that session voted on what you thought the best approach was. And we saw from Alicia Aiken, the expert, that the best approach to do next was to ask her what she's hoping for. And there are other things, of course, that would go in that conversation, but that's the key thing to do as we go. So we're going to go ahead. You know, Ray doesn't always listen to us. He might not. There's only one way to find out, and we're going to find out now. So let's take a look at the next scene from Ray and Jane.
Thank you for explaining the situation to me, Miss Wilson. I think I have a good handle on it. Now, can you tell me what you'd like the result of your case to be and what you're hoping for?
Well, first of all, Rick needs to pay the outstanding rent and the gas bill and the bank fees. This is all because of him, and I can't afford it anyway. He's the one with the money. Plus, he needs to pay me child support. It's only fair.
Okay, now, is there anything else you're looking for?
Well, the money, and to make sure that I keep the kids. The girls want to stay with me, but Rick can see the kids on the weekends. Actually, if he can take them Friday night until Saturday, the restaurant where I work wants me to work Friday nights, and I need the money. So if he can take the kids Friday nights, then I can work and not have to worry about finding a babysitter.
Okay. I understand all of your concerns. Now, I do need to make it clear that your husband won't be forced to take the kids during his visitation time. So even if he has visitation on the weekends, you'll want to have a backup plan.
I can work with that. My mother can take the kids sometimes too, so she's a good backup. Though she always gives Emily too much candy.
I also cannot be sure that the court will force your husband to pay much, since he doesn't have a lot of documented income. Now, I agree that what you're asking is reasonable, but there are limitations to the court system.
This seems so unfair. He has the money.
I know it feels a bit unfair, and it can also be a bit tricky, but you know he has the money, and we need to prove that he has the money. Now, do you have the receipts of the bills he paid every month? Because those would be good.
I don't have anything with me. Do I need them now?
You don't need them now, but we both have some to-dos to move forward on this case. So let's make a list of them together now. Now, do you want to write these down for yourself, or would you prefer that I write the list for you?
It's easier for me if you do it. I can never read my own handwriting.
Okay, I'd be happy to. First, I have a task. I need to draft a response to the divorce summons, and once I finish it, we'll go over it together. And your list has a few items. First, you want to get the receipts for the bills your husband paid every month, as well as copies of all outstanding bills, not just the gas bill, but all current bills. Also, any bank statements from before your account was closed. Now, your bank should give you those even though your account is closed. Now, you also want proof of your own income, pay stubs, tax returns, anything to show your income. And finally, any documentation you can find or put together demonstrating your husband's income. Maybe make a list of the bills he paid while you were together and other expenses that he paid that can be checked out. You want to prove that he has money coming in. Okay, now, here's the list. And I'm also going to give you a handful of folders to help keep it organized.
Okay. I think I understand what to do.
I'm glad.
And Jane, we saw the next thing he did ask what she's hoping for, and he gave her some more instructions about what to do next. She's got some paperwork to fill out. She's got a lot of things going on. We're going to see one more scene. We'd love to follow them to the conclusion. You have to come back next year to see the total end of the story, but we do have one more scene that follows. So let's take a look at one more scene of Ray and Jane, the next one after what we just saw.
Everything is clear. I'm glad everything is clear and you know what you need to do. These are all important tasks to complete. So let's meet again after you've done these and I've written my response to the petition. We can go over everything together when we meet again. So how about next Tuesday at 9 a.m.?
Sure. Okay.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial it. We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again.
This is Ray.
Hi, Ray. Jane Wilson is out in the lobby for you.
Okay.
Would you like her to wait out here?
Yeah. Let her know I'll come out and get her. Thanks. So I'm frustrated because I had us down as meeting at 9 o'clock.
I'm so sorry. But the bus was late and I had to drop the kids off at school before I came here. But I figured that everyone runs late anyway. When I went to the legal aid clinic, I was on time, but I still had to wait an hour. So it's okay that I'm late, right?
Well, I have another appointment at 10, so we won't have much time. Let's do our best to go over things quickly. Did you bring all the documents we discussed?
I have most of them, but I wasn't able to get any of the bank documents. My husband gets those online, and I don't even have internet access anymore. So I don't know how I could even get those.
Okay, lots of things to think about, and what we saw Jane not showing up for the meeting, and as if we'd continued on in the course, we would have heard Lish, the subject matter expert, explain that a little bit, which is basically because there's an interesting issue in setting up meetings where Ray had said, can you be here Tuesday at 9? And that's easily perceived particularly because he's in a position of power, he's behind the desk, he's giving away free services, that's not really perceived necessarily as a question. It's perceived as, I need you to be here Tuesday at 9. So she said yes, but she couldn't really make it. She kind of hesitated, and it turns out she knew this was going to be hard. She's also reliant on buses and public transportation that might not be reliable, might not be consistent, other things going on. We saw Ray trying to call her, and her husband has everything she has no money right now. We've heard that from the earlier scene. He has he has everything from the documents to the phone, so she even may have lost her phone service. So there's a lot to think about that took Ray by surprise in working in this kind of situation, and he has to learn to adjust how he works with her so that he asks different questions. If he asked in a different way about how she could, whether she could make a meeting, things would have been different. We would learn that throughout the rest of the course and many other things. So it gives you a feel for Ray and Jane, and for the way this kind of storyline can play out. And they're compelling characters and kind of fun to be around. So hope to we'll talk more about them as we go on throughout the rest of the day. So they will somehow come up. They always have. So we'll see. All right, but that is it for the Ray and Jane scenario. So coming up next is going to be our panel. As is somewhat of a theme through a good portion of the conference, we're at a tremendous time of change in society, particularly due to the pandemic, and particularly in the world of learning, among others. Everybody has switched to working remotely, to learning remotely, and here we are. We now have an opportunity to rethink what education means. We have an opportunity to rethink what learning and development means, what workplace learning means, how do things work in workplaces, how do people perform, how do they learn, how can we affect change, and perhaps radical change. And that's a lot of what we're going to talk about next with our panel. Technology has the potential to allow us to not only just redesign learning experiences that are active, personal, engaging, and respectful, but to change the culture of traditional learning, moving from memorizing and testing, changing the roles of teachers and trainers, fostering individualism and creativity, continuing at the same time to value the expertise that teachers, trainers, professors, and experts all bring to the table. And with technology, we can scale up. As we've been talking through the past couple of days, we can scale up. We have the opportunity to do so. We can do different things than we could do before. We can build something that's a great experience and build it online, and it can scale up to 1 million people or 10 million people as easily as to one person. And we want to do that and make it accessible to everybody. And that's really, I think, where we all want to go, globally as a society. And a lot of us here can hopefully help drive that. So it's really why we're here. And I'm delighted to have such a distinguished panel of international experts with me today for our panel discussion. So we're going to roll the panel intro, and then we'll come back with our panelists. So now we're going to introduce our panelists. What we're going to do is our panelists in just a second are going to introduce themselves. So we're going to get everybody up on screen. Now, one thing we do have 4 panelists, and we do have a technical limitation of 3 people on video at once. One of the limitations of the system that we have. So it will be high quality video, but it will be 3 at once. So we'll see people moving a little bit as we go. I will be off screen. You'll hear me as a voice most of the time. I think you've seen a lot of me, and probably that will be fine with everybody. So let's take a look. We have 4 panelists. We have, you can see their information below. We have Imogen Caseborn from Oxford University, who's a longtime e-learning designer and many other things in the field, who's now working on her PhD. We have Veronica Chetman from Argentina, from the largest water company in Argentina, who's worked in corporate learning for quite some time. We have Ina Parma from the United Nations Development Program in Denmark, and Antonella Poche from Roma Tre University, who you all know through her keynote and participation in the program. So they're each going to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about themselves in just a moment. So if we can get the first few up on the screen, and I'll take myself off the screen. And so we're going to start with Imogen as soon as we get the camera set up. So we'll get going in just a second, and then we've got lots of discussion to go for the next 45 minutes to an hour. As you have questions as we go, please do go ahead and put them in the chat, and we'll try to work them in. We have a separate Q&A at 9 o'clock, but Eastern time, but we also can take questions as we go, and I think that's totally part of the panel. So we'll be monitoring, and I'll bring those together. I think, Imogen, you may need to turn your camera on from your end, as well. So you get permission from our team and have to turn it on from your end, and then we should be good to go. Okay. All right. Imogen's having a couple of technology issues. So Veronica, if we can start with you with your go ahead. Well, welcome. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a year. So welcome. Give us
Hi, how are you?
give us your brief introduction, and then we'll move on to the other panelists as well.
Okay, hi, how are you?
Good to see you. Good.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, everything's great. Good to
Okay.
see you.
Okay, so glad to see you. I'm not so glad I'm not there, but okay. Everything went remote. Well, I'm a new learning technology manager in ISA, which is the water company here in Argentina. We have 7,000 workers in our company, and we've been doing corporate remote learning for a while. Like we started 6 years ago. Before working in ISA, I worked for a lot of companies, always in corporate learning innovation. And well, at this time we are very proud of having gone remote with effort, but with all the experience we had before. So I'm glad to share some of this lesson learned with all of you. Very glad to be here. Thank you, David, for the invitation.
Great. It's so good to have you. So good to see you again. And if we can get Ina's camera on, let's see if we can work the multiple cameras here in the studio, and we can keep Veronica up. And here we go. Well, welcome. All right, welcome. It's all yours.
Good morning. My name is Ina Parma, and I am from the United Nations Development Program, based in Copenhagen, Denmark. So UNDP, as is the acronym of the United Nations Development Program, we are an agency that operates in 170 countries. And we have a workforce of around 18,000 people. And here in Copenhagen, we are catering for staff development needs for all those 18,000 people. And we've had some busy months since early March, exactly on reimagining how does workplace learning look like today and tomorrow. So we will talk about that a little bit more. But with that, I will hand over to Antonella.
Okay. All right, fantastic, Antonella. We all know you from from the past few days, but just for those just tuning in, we'll get your camera on if you could give us just the sort of brief version of your background once again. So let's see if we can add Antonella to the cameras. Okay, I can hear you. Yep, there we go. All right, excellent.
Yeah. Good. Thank you so much for having me also on this panel. As you introduced me, I teach experimental pedagogy at the University Roma Tre Department of Education, and I chair the Center for Museum Studies in my department, where we have been working a lot in training museum educators, and we have been using technology in different ways. For sure, we had to do very massive work this last month since March in order to go completely online. We have been offering our courses online for decades now, but going completely online made us rethink, as also Ina was saying, rethink completely our offer. And from a certain point of view, it was a very good opportunity to renovate, renew, and especially focusing on which kind of skills the changed world, and especially the cultural and creative sector needs were changed, and so skills requested were completely changed.
Okay, fantastic. All right, well, let's see if I think Imogen's technical issues may be set. Can we get Imogen on camera? I think our team's gonna have to hide one of you for the moment. I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry.
So we are, it's a team effort. So we're gonna get Imogen back on in just a second. And here she comes.
Hello?
All right, can we hear you at least?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yeah,
And there we go.
well.
Ah, here you
That's
are.
great.
Okay, welcome. Welcome back. Okay, terrific. Great to have you.
Last minute technical issues. It was all fine right up till
Always how it
minute.
goes.
Yeah.
All right, if you can give us kind of your, 1 minute introduction, and then we'll move on with the questions.
Sure. So I studied artificial intelligence, a master's course, what seems like quite a while ago now. And then I moved into instructional design. And for the last 20 years or so, I've worked in instructional design, designing interactive e-learning courses, podcasts, videos, etc. And most recently for a company called Leo that used to be called Epic, where with which I have joined this conference previously. I'm currently working freelance, and I'm working on completing my DPhil, my PhD at Oxford University, where I'm looking at mobile learning in the workplace.
Great. Well, it's great to have you here, and as I mentioned to you before the panel, we'll be very interested to hear what comes out of your PhD work. So it's great to have you. Well, let's move on to some of the questions. Let's talk about a little bit first about goals. When we look at imagining and reimagining education, and particularly workplace learning, there are reasons we want to do this. What do we want to accomplish? So what do you see as the key things that we want to accomplish? And maybe we can start with Imogen, with you while we're on you. That's all right.
Sure. Yeah, so it's interesting because I think for many years I've been focused, and I think a lot of us have, on what learning technology can do to help tailor learning to individual differences and preferences. And that's been something I've been really excited about. But more recently, I've been thinking more about people's situations. And I think there's a term that I've seen in a few places, situational impairment. And while people are now working from home, their situations, they're very different. And I think this is throwing this into sharp relief, because some people's houses and homes are great for study and concentration and for attention, and other people are at home with their toddlers, or they're in a crowded home, or they don't have such a great desk or whatever. And so people's situations are quite different. And while learning technology can free us from the constraints of having to go to a place at a time, one of the advantages of the places that we've built over the millennia for learning and concentrating, libraries and lecture halls, they do keep out all these other activities that distract us from paying attention and from concentrating. So I think a goal for me is to consider how we design for people's situations, now that we can't necessarily assume that they're not going to be interrupted, that they can concentrate for as long as they want and when they want. So I think that's a goal that I have been thinking about.
No, absolutely, and it feels like it's probably something that would have been a good goal to have all along, and I know some of your past work was always a goal in that sense, but as a society to really emphasize, and we're at the point where it just becomes absolutely necessary, and we have a chance to leverage that there's, as you pointed out, there's no way around it. We maybe didn't do the best thing, but people were a captive audience and they were there, and when they're not a captive audience, it's just not going to happen. So fantastic. Let's move on, maybe next to you, to Antonella, and we'll kind of go down the imaginary line of presenters, and then we'll circle back around. And so,
thank you. So related to this idea of thinking of goals, in my view, we should take into consideration and value, more and more the idea of knowledge learning communities. I know it's maybe a concept that we have been accustomed to for many years, but we should rethink it according to what's going on internationally and presently. Because if we think, for instance, of what scientists have been doing this last months on the and the work they have been doing trying to find a vaccine and to cope with this very difficult situation, we know that they are carrying out different kind of activities. They are sharing, they are accessing data, they are elaborating those data, they are communicating. They have been working, developing different kind of skills. And those skills, as I was telling you yesterday during the keynote, are perfectly consistent with what critical thinking is, which is a construct, a complex construct, as I was telling you yesterday, and where all these kind of skills and dispositions are put at stake. So if we could focus more in our teaching and learning and training programs, always thinking of integrating this kind of skills, whatever subject we are dealing with, I think we could help coping with contemporary needs.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to Ina. Your thoughts on this?
Thank you, David. So what came to my mind is three things. First of all, I think it's important that we collectively start to grasp the wider implications and ramifications of future of work and the kind of capabilities and skills that people will need to acquire. With that comes, of course, digital transformation and digital skills. But equally important are the aspects that both Imogen and Antonella brought up. So perhaps the more sort of human skills, if you will, and the skills related to collaboration, but also skills that are related to dealing with ambiguity, navigating chaos, perhaps resilience, not only individual resilience, but resilience of the internal systems and sort of constructs and functions that we use as platforms for well, in our case, workplace learning. And maybe then also more deeply on the human skills side of things, also empathy and communication. So if we can marry that with the digital transformation and the implications of future of work, those would be the kind of goals that I'd like to set, at least from the perspective that I am working from.
Yeah, thanks so much. And from my own perspective, I like to think that the technology can help with some of the human elements as well. That there's sort of a societal effect that I don't know. I've not seen anyone necessarily measure it or how easily it is to measure. That when you're dealing with some of the technology that we deal with every day, and some of it is good, but there's a lot of technology that is complicated to use and sort of puts you in the mindset of looking, of focusing on information, of focusing on getting things right and checking a box, of thinking about what is, what's the next thing to do in this thing? How do I, I need to learn how to use this rather than something that's built around me. And the more that we build technology to around people's goals, the more they can spend their resources working on the things that are important, working on, thinking about skills and thinking about society and others, and the more that they'll sort of be in a slightly different mindset with regard to technology and society, that it's not going to be so much, oh, here's something that, I need to learn because it's, I need to get better and learn this. It's, well, the technology needs to get better and be easier for you to use. And I think those are really different things. I think we talked yesterday with, at the end of the day, we had Natalie Whelan here from Australia. It was the end of the work. There's a little bit, Australian time and European time are a little different. So it's a tough time for a lot of people. But she's been working with professors and with CEOs and others in the workplace as they overcome some of their fear of technology. And Steve Schmidt yesterday afternoon Eastern time talked about that as well, working with faculty. And it's, part of that is that they're working to overcome a fear because it's new and they've been doing things differently. But part of it is also that the technology isn't always designed to make their lives easy. And they feel some sort of sense of inadequacy, like, how am I going to do this? When really we'd like to set it up so it feels natural. And I think that's where we want to go. So we can talk more about this. I do want to hear, sorry, Veronica, I did not get to your goals. Yeah, I absolutely want to hear that. So Veronica, let's move to you and tell us sort of what your goals are and how you see the goals of the, both from your company and society standpoint, looking forward as we reimagine learning.
Okay, thank you, David. When you told me we will be talking about goals, the first thing that came to my mind was that this health crisis made goals changed for us, because as new technology learning manager, I'm used to developing innovation in an organization that mostly stays the same. And now overnight everything changed. We went remote in no time. All our best practices of change management and generating awareness and communication first and change later it wasn't possible. So I think and the organization went remote, and a lot of important things appeared. As was said earlier in the panel, human habits had to change in a very sudden way. So I think that we have to develop strategies for a workplace that will never be the same. I think we will face organizational big changes. So we will have to move from thinking in learning of skills and soft skills, technical skills, but organizational skills for resilience. And I think that learning will be a very important leverage for these organizational skills. And for that, we have to think of 360 learning environments, very immersive learning opportunities, which will be close to people wherever they are. I don't think for example, in our case, I don't think we will. Everybody will go to the office again very fast. So we will have to think like this, like an organizational leverage to accompany accompany business in this very big challenge of changes in the way we work.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It really is. It's sort of unexpected, obviously, and time and driving change in sort of all ways possible, and particularly in our industry. So as we look, at some of the goals we have, and particularly in terms of revamping and redesigning things. People are used to a certain form of education and training. It's been, a lot of things have been that way for a while. There are always exceptions. There are, new methods and things that people have done, and many of us here at this conference have been involved in, but it's still sort of a small percentage of things that people have an expectation of education that's going to look a certain way. And that's not always the most effective way. So what can we do? Let's start kind of in the short term to start changing people's mindset about what online education can be. And in some ways, it has a bad reputation, right? We saw, those of you who saw one of my own talks yesterday, I had some quotes from people in the corporate learning environment. They're certainly not everybody, but who, that felt, I just need to get this done. I need to click through what there is to click through. I need to take my test. And they're not really finding it involving. And that's not at all what we want to accomplish and what we can accomplish. So how can we start changing people's view of what education and learning and development and workplace learning can be? So we can start with whoever wants to jump in on that one.
I can jump in a bit there.
Great.
I don't know if you can see me though. It doesn't want to let me join visually, but I'll just answer that. So I've been thinking, a couple of things. I think some of the things the other panelists have been saying, and you were saying about bringing people together, I think it's difficult. I've been reading of people talking about how tired they feel when they're on Zoom all day for work, because there's something about the way that you are when you're on video camera, you're paying somehow more attention. It's somehow more tiring than if you were together in the same room. And it's taking away the fact that we're not together in one place, our ability to network. As we can see at this conference, it's not the same. You can network and chat, but it's not quite the same. So the ways of coming together are perhaps not quite the same. And I thought the VR presentation on Wednesday was really interesting, and that could be perhaps a future way that people can perhaps network in a more relaxed fashion. And the other thing I was thinking is that we generally do ask people for their full attention when they're learning, but I think in some situations that may not be their decision to make. And I'm thinking about how we can design learning that doesn't require people's full attention. And one option there, I think, is podcasts. Not for everyone, but that I know a lot of people like to potter around or exercise while listening to podcasts. So that's perhaps an interesting, those sorts of approaches would be interesting.
Yeah, no, I think so. And we did. Yeah, we had Gila and Yanai's podcast discussion the other day. I think they found some of the same things. Yeah, I feel like that's one, and that finding enough things that are appropriately short and just in time is the right thing. And I know the term micro learning gets floated around, and sometimes, as with everything, sometimes that turns into something good. Sometimes it turns into something that's a little bit of a buzzword and not maybe what it should be. But when we have things that are just in time and on demand and quick to find, that's great. And then there's a balance where we use that and where we have more immersive experiences that will take longer and more concentration, and sort of how we work all of that in to an overall approach. I mean, I don't think we're ready. Maybe we're ready to say. I don't think we're ready to say that we're in a world where people only can focus for a short time, and that's what our society is now. But other people may have different opinions.
Yeah, no, not different opinions, but I would add something, because this is a very relevant point. Actually, we have been working a lot within the EDEN, the European Distance and Learning Network, offering different kind of webinars related to how to help and support teachers and colleagues that had to move, as we said, from one day to the other online. And we actually realized that the teaching and learning, but actually the training needs that many different colleagues, educators, teachers had to face during this time. We also noticed that participants were willing to provide feedback, to get feedback and information regarding some areas in particular. Assessment was one of the most debated and asked for area. Accessibility, support as regards students' motivations and interactions. So different areas with different issues, where anyway what came out was the need to lighten a bit that burden that Imogen was mentioning, that burden that comes from being constantly online and facing in front of a screen. So that's why we need to design different ways of teaching and learning. So we need to concentrate more on teaching and learning activities where collaborative work, project work, object-oriented work is foreseen, and in that way we support at the same time also those skills we were talking about. And as I was saying also yesterday, we can support deep learning, visual thinking, writing and building knowledge artifacts, dialogic interactions, both online and offline. We have different researches highlighting that offline reflection could be very much supportive as regards critical thinking skills development. So I think that what I was saying before regarding the need to really support knowledge communities, working knowledge communities can be a solution, can be a way to reach those goals we were mentioning before, because different kind of profiles can be put at work together, maybe facing the same problem from different point of views, and so doing, being more successful. So that's my view.
Great. No, thanks so much. Anybody else want to jump in? Veronica, and we'll come back to Ina.
Well, I think speaking of corporate learning, in the short term, we have to first assess organizational, like post-crisis situation. We have to, in the short term, sustain newly born innovation. Everybody using VPN and accessing virtual campus and LMS. A huge growth of synchronous e-learning. Every trainer in the organization having access to and giving synchronous learning and moving their courses online. New audiovisual and multimedia rapid e-learning courses that we generated. So we have to sustain these changes that were born from crisis and need. And we have to think the processes to sustain this in the medium term. And then we have to detect which new gaps are growing in the organization. We have to discover the champions, the leaders that appeared in this crisis situation, and gain them for the learning project. We have to do a good inventory of newly adopted technology. For example, this technologies I was talking about, all the different e-learning rapid formats, and also like an inventory of newly adopted habits that we have to like nurture and foster and detect which of these habits we have to keep from the new normal. So I think it's like a mix of things. We have some technology things to assess. We have some cultural habit organization to assess. And then we have to see how learning leverage for all these things to create better learning environment and proposals for the new normal we have to create.
Great. Thanks. And Ina.
Yeah, just briefly to add on what others have said already. I mean, we know that behavioral change is it's awfully difficult at times, and it takes time. It's incremental, but we also know that necessity is the mother of innovation and invention, right? And I think with this crisis, we have an ample opportunity to build on exactly what you said here on sort of tapping into that inventory of the new behaviors and skills that people have developed during these past months, and building on that. We operate kind of in a trajectory that's gearing towards the 2030 agenda, so the Sustainable Development Goals. So when we design learning, we look at what are the immediate needs that our people have, what are the intermediate, and then what are the sort of needs that are looming in the horizon. So I also do think that when we prepare for the long haul and sort of the long term, that sort of instilling practices of future horizon scanning in the learning planning would be something that I'd actually like to bring to the table as and when very soon we will be returning back to physical space. Then Imogen mentioned about other type of learning resources such as podcasts, and absolutely, I think we have to sort of look at this from a sort of holistic perspective, where learning is not, of course, the one event that everybody knows by now, but that there are certain elements and dimensions to it. One is exposure to different kind of tools and assets. The other one is environment, and that comes not only IT tools but also that interaction with others. Some concrete elements that we are putting in place right now are actually on the experimental side of things. So development assignment. Our operations have been very sort of virtual for many years already, by virtue of our organization. We are so geographically scattered. But to sort of nurture that human element, we are looking into cross-regional virtual development assignments, so as to build those communities and that human interaction, even if it is through online platforms.
Great. Oh, thanks. And sort of a follow-up on some of the discussions about people's attention spans and how much we use podcasts and all. What's everyone's view on whether there should even be such a thing as a course in most cases, particularly in the workplace? I mean, is that a concept that even is going to continue to make sense in this new world?
That's a very good question. Not necessarily. I don't think we are quite there just quite yet. But I'm imagining maybe something in the sort of lines of series of events that may or may not form a blockchain. kind of reality where you where it would be more the on point learning resource. I don't think that long courses are necessarily where the big bulk of learning will happen in the very near future.
Yeah, no, I think I tend, you know, I totally agree with you. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, but no, I wanted to say that it's actually what the future will be. What Ina is saying is absolutely true, and that's why we need to be able to select information and to understand which kind of information are more useful for what we are going to, what we need to improve in our professional development profile, in our portfolios. So it's absolutely important that we train, you know, users. I would use, I would call them users better than, you know, students or trainees or whatever, because it's a very wide term that also imply the meaning of practically, you know, access certain knowledge and skills. And so only if we train our users in how to be effective in selecting and learning those information, and having the proper, you know, what am I looking for? What should be the most adequate also module that I could attend in order to get what I'm looking for. That's what we should train our users to. And I don't want to be, you know, boring, but critical thinking is there.
I was going to, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say I agree completely. I think the ability to know what to do next is actually really important. And I worked on a big project where they had moved away from courses, and they slightly moved back in that direction because people were struggling with sequencing. They were struggling to know what's, you know, that was great, but where do I go from here? What's the next thing to look at? So I think that's a real skill. And I think perhaps while we might not see such long courses, we definitely need to give people the skills and perhaps the support to know where they should logically take what they've learned next.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, you know, and also related to that, I think if you saw Timu's talk on Wednesday, he talked about a little bit about actually Maddie's talk, I guess, I think the one I'm thinking of, where there was an example of it's both related. There was an example of how do you decide when you're faced with a lot of options, and when, you know, if you have, you know, 4 options you can pick. If you have 100 options, sometimes you just get overwhelmed by the choice. You think that more choice is better, but more choice isn't always better, because it's not always easy to make the decision. So, but, you know, in a certain sense, more choice is better. So there was a sales example where people had, you know, when given more choices, they spent more time but made fewer sales. So, you know, I don't know that sales is the goal, but they really just didn't make a decision, right? You think you have 100 options or 26, I think it was the number, you can, you know, you would choose one rather than if you have 4 options, but they didn't. They would just kind of walk away. And so there's this sort of issue about where is their guidance and where is their freedom. You know, with online, you can find anything, right? Like, you know, in the early days of the web, there were things there, but no one knew how to find them until there was a search engine, or until there was, you know, in the early days, there were indexes, right? You saw, you know, the early Yahoo had kind of an index of what was on the web, you know, which would be very long now if we tried to do that. But it was, you know, that was how things work. So there's this balance about where do we provide guidance, and so that people can can make the right choices. I think that's a great point about how courses can break down, and maybe there's something else that provides that kind of guidance in a way. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say that we are in our vision for the future. We are thinking in our team like to build learning, like as you can speak of internet of the things, like learning of the things, and that every process, every equipment, every ability in the organization, it's like a carrier of learning. And for that to happen, we also have to, we think we also have to educate like all the workers as to see themselves as lifelong learners. So they have to see themselves as permanent learners to be able to take advantage of an environment which is carrier of learners. So what Antonella is saying is right, because we have to develop like general skills in the learners and technological possibilities in the environment, and both should be together to create a new learning environment to accompany like the new normal in the organization. And in this scenario, courses are like a traditional like scholar curriculum in organization has not so much place, because the possibility to commute to do training, it's like really more and more difficult in the new context we will have to live.
Yeah, no, it's a lot to think about, and a lot of different sort of just different challenges as we look to both bring about change and change kind of the way that people perceive online learning, which I think is still a challenge of its own. I think doing these things can help bring that about in certain ways, right? If we start to change what's out there and what people see, we won't see quite the same level of objections about being forced to read some pages that are a little bit out of context and take a test. If people aren't asked to do those things, and we integrate online into their world. So now it's we're at the point where there's so much more to talk about, but I do want to make sure that we open the floor to questions, the virtual floor, which is in the chat room. So if people have questions as we go for our panelists or general comments, please go ahead and make them in the chat. We'll try to get some room for participation in the last 15 minutes that we have as well. I see there's some chatting going on about again about critical thinking skills and about teaching those. So and knowledge communities and some other things. So please participate if you have anything. Put it in the chat, and we'll get that included. Otherwise, as we move forward, I'm going to jump ahead to something. How do you see the use of technology, right? So there are definitely lots of uses of technology, right? But one so far, it's mostly as people have moved to immediate online learning, it's mostly been Zoom meetings, right? And, we have the things that already exist that are online, some of which are great, some of which maybe not so much, and a lot of them still kind of simple. And then we have lots of jumping on Zoom meetings. So where do we see, if we imagine technology and we imagine where we can be in education, where do you see technology? What roles do you see it playing, and what roles do you see it not playing, so that we kind of, are able to put people in the right positions to maintain, their lives in the way that we want. I don't think we're asking people to turn their entire life into a Zoom meeting permanently, as they have for the past 3 months. What can we ask people to do? So what are your thoughts on the role of technology moving forward and where we see it ideally fitting?
If I can start.
Please.
In my view, the role of technology is, of course, fundamental. We couldn't have had this conference without technology. We, today, because of time zone, I could do different things. Being at this conference, and this morning for you, for those based in New York, night maybe. I had the possibility to interview my students for their exams, for instance. So without technology, I couldn't have done all these actions. You know, if I was in New York City today, I couldn't have carried out the exams, for instance, in my university. So of course, it is something that really puts us in a a sort of sci-fi dimension, because we couldn't imagine that we could do so much just some decades ago. So this is important from this point of view. This is an opportunity. From another point of view, we need to focus on which kind of technology we use for whatever action we plan. We need to, design, and Imogen can tell us. Instructional design is fundamental at this stage and in this situation, because we need to have, again, a critical attitude towards technology, not a critical in the sense of negative, but a critical in the sense of thinking exactly which kind of technology do I need to pursue and to reach this specific goal, and according to that, using and finding the right technology. Another issue is the problem of enhancing digital skills. Because in many areas, I'm talking specifically for the creative industry area, where digital skills are very, actually from different researches, we found out that there's a huge mismatch between what would be needed and what is actually there for users. So users in the creative industry area really need to develop their digital skills. So thinking and working on digital skills is fundamental. So there are different point of views when we talk about the technology aspect. Critical, the unique role of technology, but also the unique opportunity that we have to make the most of technology. Always taking into account that we need to use technology. We can't be driven by technology.
I think that I totally agree. I think that we are already living in a digital world. It's as Barico maybe would say, it's not any longer possible to discriminate very well our like physical environment from our digital environment. All the tools we are using are like mental tools now. So I think this we are living in like a mental revolution from some years ago. And I think this crisis like made very clear that we have to put corporate learning in the same page. People lives are. I think people, learners in organizations are sometimes ahead of us now. So we have to put technology not as a core of the vision of educational training, but as a great enabler, and as a part of it's like the way people is learning now. So we have to analyze the way people is learning now and give them the tools to do that in organizations.
No, I think absolutely. Imogen, anyone want to add more to this? I've got some other questions coming in on the chat, so we can certainly move on to something else if we want to do that. All right, I'm going to jump to the next question. Maria writes, so assuming that we do try to insist in maintaining, by design, human interaction, so not, I think, forcing everyone to be online all the time, human socialization, what can we do to help ensure that? As people move to this sort of, online virtual life, how do we keep facilitating human interactions and socialization?
If I don't want to, but actually from this point of view, yeah, so I was actually trying to give a feedback on this question from Monica. We need to take that into consideration. I mean, of course, anything will be the same from the pandemic, and that's for sure, but human beings are social beings. So the human dimension should be cared of. And what we are, in my view, what we are going to experience in the next few years is a more blended situation, so that, human interaction will be there. Maybe, again, it could be an opportunity to have smaller groups. And if we socialize, if we interact in smaller groups, the improvement is better. And that's a matter of fact. The other aspect that I think it's important to mention is the role of culture and the role of heritage, where there are different data highlighting how heritage fruition could be beneficial, is linked to health and well-being. So that is why also we cared a lot in our researchers of putting the cultural aspect as a focus, a starting point. So the human dimension taken into account, starting from cultural heritage and the possibility to have blended situations where, of course, technology is important, is fundamental, is helpful for sure, but is at our use.
Great. I want to move on to one more question because we're just running out of time. And there's a question that Christina brought up in the chat that we're kind of talking about a little bit in the chat. I want to just kind of bring to the floor. We talked about, and Ina suggested that the need for organizations to learn to cope with ambiguity and chaos and complexity. So this is from Christina's question. What Christina's seeing in real life, and I think she's not the only one in organization situations or others, is a need to control. So she's seeing sort of, what she writes is she hears war terminology and imperatives in an authoritarian style within organizations. So how do we reconcile that with a kind of education and learning development that we want? How do we influence? How do we sort of, push against some of the impulses that, as things change, that organizations want to become sort of more rule-oriented, and we're looking for things to become less rule-oriented? What can we do to influence? And that's obviously an incredibly difficult question, but it's one that we're all wrestling with, I think, right now.
Well, if I can jump in, I think one thing, perhaps somewhere between freedom and control, but one thing that's come up a bit in my research is that I think sometimes people need permission to engage in some of the learning activities. They're not sure if they're really of the same priority as some of the other things they're doing. So I think that there's somewhere between telling people what to do and leaving them to it themselves, where there is the organization makes it clear and gives permission and sets aside time, perhaps, which helps people do what they want to do. So I think there is a role for the organization beyond getting out of the way, potentially.
Yeah, no, I think that I guess one question is, I think part of Christina's question is, how can we help influence them to, okay, if not necessarily get out of the way, but to buy into the idea that, the instinct a lot of organizations have is, our employees aren't doing the right thing. Let's tell them they have to do the right thing, right? Let's tell them they must do the right thing, and if they don't do it, tell them louder. So how do we start to, how do we start to try to move away from that?
Yeah, if I can just chime in, I know we are running out of time, but sort of in a nutshell, I think this conversation about human skills development and dealing with ambiguity and chaos and resilience is very much related to exactly organizational culture. So honing and sort of harnessing those kind of skills requires the right ecosystem and the right kind of organization so that those skills can thrive. I think we need another panel conversation on organizational culture and human skills for the future. But there's a question and also started to trigger some further thinking in my own mind. So I thank you for that.
Thanks so much. And I think go ahead,
David. Just I wanted to answer Hal that she was saying that talking about course organization and employees' performance. And I think, Hal, that we are definitely going to disruptions in like training courses format in corporate learning. I think we are going to a very chunked, very troubleshooting, very on-the-job training. And as I was saying, our vision is we are going to a scenario where we have like a learning of the things and the processes and the skills and a very immersive like, organizational learning environment.
Yeah, no, I think so, and I think that's probably a good place to end it. And as Ina pointed out, we have I think we have, I would say, next year's panel discussion, but it really can't wait that long. So we may have to begin a monthly segment or something to accomplish all we need to accomplish. So we are at time that really enjoyed the panel, and I hope everyone did. I feel like we could speak for 3 or 4 hours and never get to everything we want to do. So I want to thank all of our panelists for your time and contributions, and it was great to have you. So thanks, and please stick around. We can continue discussions on the chat as we move to the next session. So thank you to everyone once again.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you. Really. Bye. Have a nice day.
Right. Thanks so much. So what we're going to do next, we're going to shift over to the next presentation, which is Katrina John and Christoph Meinel from the Hasso-Plattner Institute for Digital Engineering in Germany. And they're going to talk about how mixed teaching teams influence learning in programming MOOCs. So we're going to switch over to that. And in just a second, as soon as our control room can get it going, we're going to switch over to Katrina's intro, and we're going to go from there. It's all yours. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So welcome to my presentation about the research we did on how mixed teaching teams do influence learning in IT MOOCs. So my name is Katrina John. I'm research associate and PhD student here in Germany. I'm a sociologist in an IT institute. So yeah, let's see what I want to show you about our results. So Social participation and co-creation are tied to the digital world. Every man and woman should be able to move autonomously in the digitalized world, but men feel more competent than women in dealing with the challenges of digitization very often. Even though the hard sciences and education overall have become more welcoming towards females, social biases against women's abilities in the STEM fields continue to exist and negatively affect the professional development. Appropriately, women are underrepresented in STEM. So we asked, could new formats of further education be a chance for those underrepresented groups? Because MOOCs provide a promising mix of structure with new learning content on a weekly basis and deadlines and flexibility on the other side. Participation in MOOCs is almost unlimited, scalable without entrance criteria. And high-quality learning content is available online, and gender seems to go in the background. Indeed, digital teaching and learning do not fulfill gender diversity of wide scope. Female instructors as well as participants are still a minority in IT MOOCs. So we intend to identify influencing factors to facilitate female contribution and attendance in digitally supported learning. According to the discussion about the relevance of female role models to arouse and strengthen and maintain girls' interest in IT, we focus on how mixed teaching teams influence learning in IT MOOCs. The impact of mixed teaching teams on learning quality and outcomes of diverse target groups in a massive open online learning context in the workplace is scarcely analyzed yet. Accordingly, this session will answer the research question how male-only and mixed teaching teams influence IT MOOCs in regard to the proportion of female learners, participation in the discussion forum, and success rates. It will be backed by the learning data gathered in time of running 2 courses about blockchain on our MOOC platform OpenHPI with a mixed teaching team and a male teacher. Female instructors may imply a gender-sensitive course design and lower the inhibition threshold for girls and women and make it easier for them to get started. Therefore, we assume that in MOOCs with at least one female instructor, more women participate in courses than in courses with only a male instructor. We assume that in MOOCs with a female instructor, a higher proportion of women participate more intensively in the discussion forum than in courses with only male instructors. And furthermore, as social elements are fundamental for a rich learning experience to reconstruct and expand complex knowledge and understanding, we expect that a higher proportion of women complete the MOOC of a mixed teaching team more successfully than online courses of only a male facilitator. In a collaborative teaching setting, at least 2 facilitators share resources to plan and implement a course, as well as to assess learning. Even though the teacher's level of participation may vary and change throughout the teaching, co-teaching inclusively welcomes and appreciates members of a learning community with different abilities. The effectiveness of co-teaching skills depends on teachers' positive social interdependence and interaction, for example, mutual encouragement and facilitation of each other's efforts and complementary roles. Those characteristics help foster positive energy in the teaching and learning community and increase achievement. Nevertheless, practice has shown that teachers rarely communicate with each other in front of the learners to avoid confusion, and that to plan co-teaching is more time-consuming than to plan lessons on their own. Self-selected teaching teams show significantly more shared responsibility and enjoyment with the co-teaching process, but it is not a guarantee for higher quality of collaborative learning. Heterogeneous gender mixed teams exhibited particularly strong co-support and cooperated more effectively than homogeneous teams, whereas high heterogeneous teams in tenure were less supportive and effective than low heterogeneous teams in that attribute. Typically, online learners are on average well-educated, working men in their mid-40s, and diversity is still a large issue. In general, women receive worse performance ratings than men when they have a share of less than 20%, even after cognitive ability, education, experience, etc. were controlled. In contrast, some studies found out that females academically perform slightly better than males in online learning environments. So our analysis is based on the learning data of 2 comparable courses in German on blockchain with more than 14,000 enrollments. The first is Blockchain, Hype or Innovation, conducted by a male professor and a female research associate. And the second course is called Blockchain Security Even Without a Trust Center, with only a male teacher. The gender of the tutors was clear right from the beginning of the sign-up process. The courses are entirely online, open for everyone and free to use. All the material provided is accessible from any device connected to the internet. As our MOOCs are addressing not only employees but also students and other lifelong learners, we include a closer look at learners' socio-demographic background. So, on average, our female participants use their computer regularly, mainly on an intermediate level, for example, for text processing or database administration. By contrast, the majority of our male participants reported a high level of computer use, for example, software engineering, adaptation of computer games, programming in languages like Java or Python, and network administration too. We use descriptive and multivariate research methods in social science to statistically analyze our participants' learning data and outcomes, as well as accompanying survey data. So, in the course taught by a mixed teaching team, 17% women participated. And against our expectation, the proportion of women was a little bit higher in the second iteration of the course taught by a male teacher. But the total number of female participants was smaller in the course given by the mixed teaching team than in the course given by a mixed teaching team. This is also true for our first-time attendees. Even if female instructors imply that a gender-sensitive course design might lower the inhibition threshold for women, the gender of the course facilitators is not a guarantee for a high amount and high proportion of female participants. Innovative continuing education formats such as massive open online courses still have a different activation potential for male and female learners, even though a mixed teaching team leads the course. So this particularly applies when participants are recruited from the same pool as other IT MOOCs, which was the case in our study. Independent of the teaching team's gender, women seem to post somewhat fewer questions, answers, and comments than men in the discussion forum. Under a male teacher, women open on average slightly but statistically significant less discussion threads than men. Independent of the teaching team's gender, a slightly higher proportion of female than male learners participate actively in the discussion forum. The small difference between female and male participants appears on a slightly higher level also in the course of a male teacher with lower enrollments in total. But in principle, women seem to profit from the relative anonymity and time to formulate answers in online discussion forums. In the course taught by a mixed teaching team with large enrollment numbers, participants' learning outcome is on average at a lower level than in the course given by a male professor with less enrollments in total. Apart from this, the difference between female and male learners is in the course taught by a mixed teaching team smaller than in the course taught by a male teacher. With a mixed teaching team, 36% female participants and 40% male participants received a confirmation of participation by completing at least 50% of the course material. With a male professor, 38% female learners and 48% male learners completed the course successfully. In the course given by a mixed teaching team, women reached on average 23% and men statistically significant, slightly more. In courses taught by a male professor, women and men get slightly higher results. In the course with a mixed teaching team, 1/4 of our female learners and 27% of our male learners received a record of achievement by earning 50% or more of the maximum number of points from all graded assignments. In the iteration of a male professor and fewer enrollments, the proportion of participants who successfully complete the MOOC with a record of achievement is slightly higher, but the gap between female and male learners increases by 5%. Likewise, in the MOOC with a mixed teaching team and large enrollment numbers, 5% of female participants and 6% of our male learners were among the top 5, top 10, and top 20%. With a male professor, 7% of our female learners and 9% of our male participants score particularly well. There were 1,435 participants enrolled in both courses. Based on this paired sample, we attempt to analyze the main effect of the different gender of the teaching team in both courses. We calculate a general linear model with measurement repetition and found out that learners who participated in both courses opened more discussion threads and posted more questions, answers, and comments in the forum of the course with a mixed teaching team. Altogether, a mixed teaching team has a positive effect on the participants' willingness to communicate in the discussion forum for this subtotal. Furthermore, they visited more items and received more points in the course with both a male and a female teacher than in the course with only a male teacher. In all, a mixed teaching team positively influences the learning achievement. The overall positive effect of a mixed teaching team on participants' willingness to open discussion threads applies especially for female learners. This figure visualizes the differences between male and female learners in the course of a mixed teaching team and a male-led MOOC concerning active participation and achievement. In the course of a mixed teaching team, women have the courage to open more new threads than men do. The overall positive effect of a mixed teaching team remains valid for both subgroups. Although women engage significantly less with the online learning content in STEM than men. This difference is considerably smaller in the course with a mixed teaching team than in the course of a male teacher. Based on this result, a mixed teaching team seems to support those women who feel less attracted by a male or a male-dominated course in following through on online learning in STEM. Instructed by a mixed teaching team, women as well as men achieve significant higher results than in the course given by a male teacher. In the course conducted by a mixed teaching team, women's backlog compared to men's achievements tend to be somewhat smaller than in a male-led course. Accordingly, especially female participants who find it easier to learn from female role models could profit from a mixed teaching team in STEM. Via a multivariate ANOVA, we tested potential influences of additional socio-demographic characteristics. And we found a significant but very small effects of highest degree and career status on items visited and points achieved, as well as effects of highest degree on learning achievements. There were 1,870 learners who participated in the surveys conducted after the end of both courses, 309 women and 1,528 men. Among other questions, we asked how they rate the quality of the course. And in the bar chart, it is shown that the majority of participants rated the quality of content as good, especially the quality of the MOOC held by a mixed teaching team. Nevertheless, particularly female participants evaluated the quality of content of the MOOC given by a mixed teaching team as good or very good, whereas male participants evaluated the course given by a male teacher better than the female learners did. Up to now, most MOOCs in STEM have been created by men and for men, but online course design could integrate inclusive practices across the learning environment for all learners to enjoy. So we have shown that mixed teaching teams have positive effects on active participation and learning outcomes of female as well as male learners, and reduce differences between female and male participants in online courses. Heterogeneous teaching teams are fundamental for inclusive further education. And beyond teaching team constellations, single participants profited from a high status of the teacher and a smaller course size. We nevertheless state that our case study is based on a self-appointed sample and not a strict experiment. The female teacher, as a junior member of the mixed teaching team, may have an effect on the results too. Besides, the participants of our post-survey are generally successful learners who are still active at the end of the course. Accordingly, the results have to be interpreted cautiously. In our further research, we want to focus on the behavior of the teaching team by gender. For example, a well-functioning mixed teaching team might be reflected by a well-functioning diverse learning group, whereas poorly functioning mixed teaching teams, in which, for example, the main facilitator repeats a woman's word in his own words, can also result in discriminating behavior in the online learning context. So this is my input, and now I would like to thank you, and I'm open for your questions.
All right, thank you so much. And there is time for questions. So if you have questions, please put them, type them in the chat, and if you want to get the microphone, we can do that as well. Or when further questions come in to the chat, you mentioned at the end of both your paper and the presentation that it's not just the mixed nature of a teaching team, but the behavior of the teaching team by gender you expect to have an impact. So what are some of your thoughts on behaviors that you aren't seeing that maybe you would hope to see in the future among mixed teaching teams?
Yeah, so it is very important that the teaching teams encourage all different learners to participate and engage in the discussion forum, because it is very important that they further discuss the topics there, answer questions, ask questions when they arrive, and not, yeah, that's very important. And yeah, I would see more diverse teaching teams also in other categories, for example, in regard to race and age and career status. So we are experimenting with different teaching teams, for example, students who provide courses for pupils, postdocs of different origins and different backgrounds, not only with an IT background, but other backgrounds which are interesting for IT people as well.
And in terms of the way that the that the professors, the instructors, and the teachers need to interact. So when they're a team, is there more than that they need to do to sort of really to be truly, I guess, inclusive rather than just diverse, right? So that the roles are, that it's not perceived as one person is clearly junior unless that is actually their status, but that everything is sort of or made clear that the different teachers have different and equal roles, and that will help you. There are things that they need to do to sort of bring that change about.
Yeah, that's right. In our MOOCs, the teaching team provides the videos and offers further questions and self-tests and assignments. And in some MOOCs, they also try to activate the discussions in the discussion forum. But because of the large amount of learners who are participating, the discussion runs almost from their own. So the teachers try to keep in the background in the discussion forums, and with more participants, they have to read more. With fewer participants, they have to answer or write more in the discussion forum. But mostly this is a very dynamic learning group, and they interact with each other, and they don't ask only the teacher, but want to further discuss some topics with the learning community itself.
Other than things, just sort of one last question, my final one, I promise, along these lines. Are there things that you think maybe the teachers ought to consider doing to set the tone for the course, or at the beginning of the course, that might help encourage better participation, particularly among women, or anything? Is there something they can do to establish the tone from the beginning that makes it a more open environment and makes it clear that they very much want participation from everyone?
Yeah, of course. So in our case, we have very many participants who are participating for a long time already, and they know the tone, they know our discussion forum rules, but it is very helpful when the teachers are explaining at the beginning that it is very important to be a supportive learning community, to appreciate every question, and to support each other, to help each other.
Are there things that you are recommending or would recommend that a university organization do to try to help the teachers learn to better facilitate this kind of a course, in an inclusive way? Is that something that is this something that you find that the teachers need or would benefit from some additional advice, at the very least, from someone in the area?
Yes, it is not very easy, but they have to think about the issue, because a lot of them never heard about the topic gender in IT. They don't know that there are some stereotypes which every one of us has, and not know at every time that they are appearing. So there's a lot of things to do so that they understand that the relevance of this topic, and that's also what I'm doing here at the Institute with every talk and every presentation and my research in total.
Right. So that's right. You have an effect on, right. You can have an effect on society sort of by getting the word out and making the results of your research clear. When you look ahead, you mentioned future research on behavior. Are there specific studies that you're working on now that you can talk about a little bit, what you kind of have in mind as the next step that you're working on now or about to be working on?
So currently I'm working on the effects of Corona on our learning offers. So whether Corona increases the participants, the numbers of participants, and also the selectivity of our participants. So I told that the most of our participants are male learners in the mid-40s, who are very well educated. And now I want to analyze if this socio-demographic background is changed by the crisis we have already. In the media, there's a lot about that women fall back in the traditional role of a mother or something else. And I want to analyze these effects, whether they are visible in our massive data or not.
Oh, okay. That's fascinating and really interesting to work on. What's the timing look for your study? When do you think you'll have something to report back?
Oh, I hope in at least 3 months. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's no, I know there's added pressure and everything. Everything is so, the speed of everything seems to have increased dramatically all of a sudden, and trying to get more information out. So there's a lot there. That's really interesting work and a challenging problem I know that you're facing, especially in IT. My own company is doing some work on diversity and inclusion in the legal field, with the same client who's famous for Ray and Jane, who we saw earlier. And so they're finding a lot of the same challenges that you've been talking about in that field as well, in terms of diversity and inclusion. And there's a lot of work to be done. There's no question. Hopefully the work that our team is doing and the course that they're putting together will help in that field. And that's the goal of that particular course, by trying to put people in realistic situations and help them understand what the issues are and what the consequences are of things that you might even do or say that you're not aware of and don't maybe consciously mean anything by, but that are going to have a dramatic effect on the way that people feel. So. Well, thanks so much. Appreciate your being here. It's great to have you here, and thanks for taking the time to be with us. Hopefully, you'll be able to stick around for a little bit through the chat, and there may be some other questions that come up. So, really enjoyed the session. So, thanks again. Thank you. All right. So it's great to have Katrina and doing research that's well worth it, obviously for the field and for society as a whole. So it was a lot of fun to listen to that. We're going to shift gears next and talk about blended learning. But Babbel is a language provider that many of you may be familiar with. And they have an app that's integrated into a traditional classroom setting. And that's what we're going to see next with Maren Pauli from Babbel in Germany. So we're going to go ahead and move to her next. Let's see her intro, and I'll turn it over to her.
Okay, I guess everybody can hear and see me?
Yes, we can. Fantastic.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, David, for the intro, and thank you, Katrina, for a very interesting talk. And I was just saying yesterday, I was presenting at another meetup, and I said, this is kind of a weird situation because I don't get any visual feedback from you. But I figure the more comfortable you get in giving presentations, at some point you need an extra layer of challenge. And I think this is my extra layer of challenge this time. So yeah, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are right now. Yeah, as everybody, I'm very sad that I can't be in New York right now, but happy to welcome you to my living room in Berlin, where I've been working for 13 weeks now. And I picked my topic before the pandemic happened. But when I was working on the slides, I looked at what I presented last year. So for everybody who has been here last year, you heard a talk from me as well. And when I was going through to get the templates and the design I had, I chose to keep the first two pictures because they fit here as well. And my topic today is a blended learning approach, integrating an app and live classes. As you can see, I work with Babbel, which is an online language learning app. But if you're not familiar with that, that's not a problem because my focus will be on just integrating a language learning app, and there are quite a few out there, into a traditional classroom setting. So I hope this will still be interesting for you. So the first picture I have is this one, and it's pretty interesting right now because like pre-pandemic times, this was the reality in many learning situations. Right now, I think it's nowhere in the world, but it might come back. Anyway, what we can see is that especially in adult education, learning in the workplace, teaching and learning shifted a bit from this, what you see there, from an in-class setting to this. So people learning on the go, people learning on their mobile phone, on a tablet. There are many reasons for this. There are a lot of online resources you can learn with. And so blended learning is a term we've heard in the last years coming up more and more. And I always like to bring everybody on the same page. So I just copied from Wikipedia the definition of blended learning. So blended learning is an approach to education that combines online educational materials, for example, apps, and opportunities for interaction online with traditional place-based classroom methods. So when we talk about blended learning, we have several different things we could think of. And different blended learning options could be in-house language classes in combination with an app. Again, in these times, also in-house classes have been moved online. And for everybody here who is or has been working as a teacher or has some teaching experience, we know that it's quite a difference whether you teach in front of a class or online. But let's just take it as I prepared it before all this happened. So some companies have in-house language classes, or you have a language class where you go at a language school, and you can have that in combination with an app. Or you could have online live classes in combination with an app. And as I said, online live classes can be different, and you can have different setups like one-on-one classes where it's only you and the teacher, or you have group classes, and you can have different interactions there. Or you can have a flipped classroom where you use an online learning app in order to prepare for class. So the teacher would ask you to do a few lessons beforehand and then come prepared to class, and then you would go through what you've learned at home and practice this in class. So now, what we did together with the Swiss Hotel Management School is we crafted a blended learning approach. So the Swiss Hotel Management School is in Switzerland. It's a school where you can study a bachelor and a master in hotel management, and they have some 2,000, 2,200 students from all over the world who study languages and also business courses on hotel management and everything they need to know. And so many of the students are learning English, French, Spanish, and German. And their school year, or let's say the bachelor, is 3 years long. And it would look like that half a year they would be in class studying. The other half year they would go for an internship, work at a hotel. Ideally, they would study French and then go to France to practice what they have learned. But the reality is this is not always the case. And now, so what the hotel school was aiming for was having online resources learn along with the classroom. So they had the idea that a lot of the instruction would be covered by the app. So instruction as in explaining the grammar rules, explaining the structure of the language, how the language works. Also instruction as in learning new vocabulary would be introduced via the app. And then there would be more time for speaking and practice in class. And so this way, you can combine the best of the two things, of the online resources and the in-class teaching. And I just made 4 bullet points. This is not an exhausted list. So first of all, you can have in an app or in any online language learning resource, you can have spaced repetition of vocab, for example. So the artificial intelligence here can help students to learn vocabulary way better than they could do in class. And in class, they can then use the vocab they learned before. So with the artificial intelligence, for example, with the spaced repetition, the system would remember which words you got right and which ones you got wrong, and the ones you got wrong, you would be presented more often in order to learn them. So this is very individual for the student. And then you can go to class equipped with the vocab you learned. Also, the teachers can recommend lessons to help students keep up. Again, for any of you who are teachers, if you have classes, even just like 5, 6, 7 students, but if you have classes of 20, 25 students, of course it can happen that some students can't keep up with everything that's being taught. And here the app can help. Then the in-class exams of this hotel management school, they are based on lessons in the app. So the teachers, what we did with the teachers was we had a hands-on workshop for 2 days. So we would introduce the app to the teachers so that the teachers feel comfortable with the app. Also, some of the teachers were not the generation that grew up with the internet. So some of them had never used a language learning app or any other online resources for learning. So it was very important to make the teachers comfortable with the app. So we would have a workshop with them to show them the lessons, to show them how to find the content of the app, what they were looking for, because they have their curriculum in mind for French semester 1, French level A1, this and that I want to cover in my class. So where can I find this in the app, and how can I use the app with what I'm doing in class? And so they would also do it the other way around. They would base their exams and the questions in the exams on the lessons in the app. So they could also let their students know, okay, we're going to write an exam next Friday, and lessons 8 to 15 will be covered in that exam, for example. And then what we have, needless to say, speaking skill is hardest to train, especially with an app. You can have a speech recognition, which is nice, but we know ultimately you need to talk to real human. But here, speaking with an app can really help to lower the barrier for beginners. So especially if you have students who might, first time abroad, they go to a hotel management school and they feel maybe not that confident, they can first talk to their app. So they can start pronouncing words in English and French, whatever language they are learning, and they can gain confidence in order to feel confident to then go in class with 20 other people and the teacher and to speak. Yes. So, and that would be what the academic director said when we made the case study. He said basically what I just told you. Based on Babbel's methods and its contents, our previous classroom language program, and our goals, we created a custom learning methodology that combines the best of both worlds and gets students to the next level. So we made a case study after the first semester. We started that whole program last year, September, was when their semester started. And over the course of one semester, we found out that 90% of all students actively used the app, and some 15,000 lessons were completed within the first semester. And we got positive feedback from students and teachers alike. So now, of course, well, first of all, the link you see there, I don't know if that probably you can't click it, or can you? You can try. If not, you can ping me and I can write it in the comments as well if you're interested in that. So there you can find more findings of this case study. But that was a case study after one semester. So the story is far from being over. And now it's really interesting to stay in contact with the teachers and to see what can be done to improve this whole experience from both sides. And now I have the side from the edtech company, and it's really interesting to get the insights from the teachers, because those are the ones who are teaching. We are teaching in a way too, but we have the app and we just deliver the product. So it's very interesting to see what the teachers have to say, what problems they encountered and how they solved them or how they wish them to be solved. And yeah, basically that's a very short talk because I'm curious to hear your questions. For me, I would be curious to hear if there's anyone in the audience who has experiences with that, would like to share this. Yeah. So thank you everybody for listening, and I'm ready for questions.
Thanks so much. And yeah, it's a great case study. And Donna points out those are great results to support blended learning. So if there are other questions, please add them to the chat. And as we go, so I have just one follow up to make sure that sorry, I trying to get a better sense of exactly how the class works. So did they use the app at any point in the class, or they simply use the app outside the class and then brought things in?
They use it mainly outside the class. So of course they will get an introduction in the same way the teachers got, right? This is the app. Here you can click, here you can find the courses, here you can find whatever. But then the teachers will tell them, okay, now for next session, you prepare French lesson number 3 and 4. And then ideally, students come prepared to class. We all know that this is not always the case, right? So there is kind of a mixed concept. There is some flipped classroom and some just like using the app afterwards for training vocabulary or just going through the things you just did in class.
Okay. All right. Now I see. I was wondering if there was anything that they did with the app in the class, so that maybe something that just isn't necessary. And we've been saying app, but for some people this could be actually on a laptop rather than on a tablet or phone. Could be on any device. Yeah. So
yeah, of course.
Whether they decide to use a keyboard or not. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the teachers in the workshop, I mean, that was not limited to the Babbel app, but also we encouraged them, if you find online articles or videos online, or there are like Kahoot quizzes, something you can do. These are also online resources you can use in your class. And so some of the teachers were really creative and they came up with a lot of good ideas on how to train grammar in a fun way. We all know many people think grammar is not fun, so we need to make it fun.
Yeah, no, it does have a reputation that's got to be covered. So, okay, one quick thing to note to everybody that Annabelle from our team has put the link in the chat, so anyone can click on links. So please
I
do that.
wanted to do that.
Yeah, no, we took care of you.
I'm so bad at multitasking and then copying the link, listening to what you're asking. So okay,
yeah, it's too many things to do. So that's why we're happy to help. So that's out there. A couple questions are coming in. So one is, what about language learning in a totally online environment? So Andreas mentions he's used Duolingo. What are your thoughts on language learning in a totally online environment?
Well, it can work. I personally think just purely with an app, it's hard. As I said, mainly the speaking skill, right? You can do a lot with an app. You can learn structures, you can learn grammar, you can learn quite a lot. And especially if you're a total beginner, you can reach level A1, A2. But at some point, you need to go out in the world and to talk to real humans. And I mean, if we're talking about totally online classes are also an option. It's online, but you would still be talking to people. So I think this one is very, very essential. I would say just purely with an app, you can reach a certain level, but you cannot become as fluent as you will be when you're talking to real people.
Okay, that's not the same with it. We talked a lot in this conference about real life practice and simulation in whatever sense, whether real or through technology. And so, you can imagine a world where people can practice realistically, right? It's just not where we are technologically yet, right? So if I could have a real conversation and it would, with a hologram, strange as that might seem, that would actually understand what I'm saying and be able to point out things that I was saying incorrectly, that would do it, but that isn't where we are. And so I think what you're saying is we don't get that real practice without in person right now, and that's where you drew the lines as far as what was online and not, which totally makes sense to me. So we feel so a couple of comments. So Imogen from our panel mentions that she uses Babbel online only for Spanish, but she'd already studied in a classroom, so she's had some practice as well. So it's kind of her balance there. So she's using the online only because she's had the classroom experience. Andreas agrees with you. He's learning Arabic in Cairo, where he is, I believe he is now. So lots of lots of customers right here for you or already. I don't know. It's not a sales opportunity. They're already your customers. Donna points out that they've used blended learning using SharePoint for short courses. So and then using instructor-led classroom session. to cover and support online learning, so they get facilitation and discussions outside of that. So in your classroom sessions, I mean, it's mostly practice. Is there room for discussion as well? You may have covered this.
In the
classroom,
classroom session
yeah.
of the social management school, I can't give you that many insights because I'm not in the classroom. Yeah. I would think so. I mean, we're in regular contact with the teachers, but since this just started almost a year ago. Oh my God, where is this year going?
Yeah, that's another question. We have to have a panel on that, and it's going to take us 2 hours. Yes.
Yeah. So what I can say as of now, it depends on the teacher also. There were some teachers who immediately felt comfortable with that approach. Others needed a bit more time to get used to this whole setup. So we're currently gathering more feedback, more insights into what is the best approach, and then make sure if, for example, a teacher has a good approach or some good idea to how can we make this, like, open it for everybody, and to, I don't know, gather our information somewhere that also others can profit from that.
Yeah, no, so sort of take you've got the online piece, and then take the best of every instructor and sort of integrate that somehow as much as you can into the classroom experience. Has it been a challenge to, are the instructors generally people who are accustomed to in-person only? Has it been a challenge to get them to work in, online and sort of change the way that they teach in certain ways?
Yes, yeah, for sure. They were, just like normal in-house teachers, class teachers, and they, I think most of them had extensive teaching experience, but most of them never used an app for learning or teaching. So they were completely new to an app, and this is also a big challenge for us, because I mean, for me, I'm working for the app, so for me everything there is like supernatural, but I know it's not for everybody. So it was also great learning for us to see where we like have to do some hands-on work. So very interesting thing to set up, and let's see where this is going.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Have you had the teachers go through from the student perspective and see what it's like from the, to use the app as a student, so that they actually have to go through that?
Yes, so they have normal access to the app, so they can go through the app as a student and also like do the quizzes and fill in the gaps and all this. But they also get from us transcripts of the contents so that they can easily prepare, right? They want to look for whatever grammar point, present perfect in English, and then they have a transcript, a PDF, or any kind of document where they can filter, look for present perfect. Oh, in which lesson is that? So to make it for them as easy as possible to really use the app. Because also this is what we want, right? We want them to use the app. And if it gets too difficult, they might just be like, whatever, I prepare my own thing and not use it. And yeah, we feel this has been working pretty well. And we're like, every time there's something new and teachers ask for, oh, could we maybe have this? And then we're like, okay, maybe we could do that. Let's find a way to implement other things. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see this evolving? Well, I guess my first question, I guess relating to the pandemic, since there's a classroom element, has the classroom element moved to Zoom or something similar right now?
For the Swiss Hotel Management School, luckily, in a way, their semester was over when the pandemic started, so they had a break, and I think they are now back in class. But yeah, they had a lot of students from Asia, and some of them got stuck, as far as I understood. They went home to see their families, and then they couldn't come back. So yeah, but luckily, because the teachers had been used to the app before, it was a bit easier for them to kind of like still give the students something to do and to kind of let the learning go on. Because I mean, we can see this now everywhere, like all the schools that were shut down from one day to the other, a lot of teachers are struggling, I think. And I think here we were lucky that they had been introduced into our app before. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see this? Do you see a version of the course evolving over time, particularly in the current situation where, where the classroom part really does move to Zoom, and so everything's online, but it's online in different ways. So you maintain the self-directed, self-paced part and still use the Zoom time, it's structured pretty much as you would the classroom now. Is that something kind of on the table at this point, or could it be?
A good question. It's a good question. I mean, we do offer live classes as well. So we have group classes and we have one-on-one classes. So the one-on-one class you can book according to your schedule, right? You look when the teacher is available and you book it. And the group classes, of course, they have like a schedule and you can pick, oh, this one is interesting for me. I don't know. I mean, I've been working from home for 13 weeks and I feel I do miss, even though this is great and we can do a lot of things, I do miss seeing people in like for real and talking to people for real. And I also think there is, I think there are some benefits and some things are better in present. So I think like even if you hear in the chat, right, I feel more people would write a question and probably they wouldn't ask that question if they had to raise their hand, get the microphone and speak in the microphone. So I think the same goes for a class, right? If you have to speak out loud, maybe you're not likely to do that, but if you can just type something or a question, it might be easier. So in that way, there can be benefits of this whole online thing, but also I think there is a lot of benefit from just being with people.
Sure. No, and it's something like, I mean, especially you would imagine in a language course too, where it's about interaction. There's something maybe additional about that and about sort of making sure that you feel 100% natural and as you're trying to, trying to practice. Another question from Donna from the chat, kind of getting back to the teacher training idea. Have you thought about asking the teacher to go through the entire course as a student before they teach, so they've really had the full experience that the students would have?
Yeah. So when we went there for the hands-on workshop, that was in August and the semester started in September. So the teachers I think they had 6 or 8 weeks to prepare for their class. And this time was used first, we would go there and introduce them to the app. And then they had time to go through all the content themselves and to see, how it feels to be on the learner's side. So I would say most of them did that.
Okay.
And even before the class started, they could give us feedback in like any kind. I don't understand this, or do you have more lessons on that? Or
Okay. Is there interaction with the teacher and the students like via the app or sort of during the time when they're not in the classroom sessions? Do they message each other? Is that integrated into the setup in any way, or just the teachers are there for the class and the students do their part on their own?
Yes, I mean, what you can see, so business customers can see the activity of the students. That's why we could see how many lessons were done and all this. So the teachers basically can see whether the students are active or not. But there is, so far, we don't have any interaction implemented, like you mentioned, like kind of a chat program or something. We don't have as of now.
Oh, that's just always, always future things. Even after a successful case study, there are always future directions to go in, and and as the world changes and people's interests and needs change as well. So there's always everything is always evolving and at a faster pace now than ever, and it's great to see what you're doing. All right, so I think with that, I think we've answered the questions in the chat, and I've seen your case study. So I really appreciate your taking the time to be with us. We're going to wrap up now. So thanks once again. I hope you can stick around in the chat. There'll be, can continue the conversation and through the rest of the conference. It's great having you here, and hopefully we'll get you back next year in New York in person.
Yes,
and
I would love to.
We'll hope we'll get you there. All right, thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Great talking
and thanks
to you.
everybody for listening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks once again. So up next, we have an interview. I sat down with Gila Kurtz, who we saw yesterday with Yanai, showing us some things about podcasts that they're doing at Holon Institute of Technology. A lot of Gila's work has been in other areas, particularly that working with robots, and something I always found interesting. How do you integrate robots into sort of an in-person educational setting? What does that mean, and what does it look like, and what can they do? So we spoke about that. So Gila and I had an interesting conversation about that, and we're going to show you that now, and then be back live for the next talk at 10:30. So enjoy the interview with Gila. We'll see you soon. I'm here with Gila Kurtz, who's the Dean of Instructional Technology at HIT in Israel and has worked in this field for quite some time. And I'm really pleased to have her with me to discuss education and technology and how they work together and how we can continue to improve the uses of technology to improve education and learning. So Gila, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Let's maybe talk a little bit, start by talking about one of the areas that I know you've done some work in, which is using robots for educational purposes. So maybe that's a nice place to start. It's an area that I know you've done a lot of work in. So can you tell me a little bit about your most recent robot project?
Yeah, we are using social robots, kind of robots that look like human and like have emotions. And the current project I'm working with my colleague, Dr. Dan Cohen-Vax, is on personalizing workshop for seniors on social networks, while the social robot is the teacher. And actually the social robot is a boy, small boy that Dr. Dan Cohen-Vax is on personalizing workshop for seniors on social networks, while the social robot is the teacher. And actually the social robot is a boy, small boy that teaches the senior. It's really fun and it works very, very well. And we hope to see results in 2 months or something like that.
Wow, so the robot is, so this is a physical robot that goes around and teaches the seniors.
He goes around and he can say, oh, nice to see you. And he understands you. And he also asks you if you need any help. He's kind of, he's the teacher. He's the teacher of the senior and he answers questions and asks questions with the seniors. So I'm very much curious to see how the seniors will accept the social robots, because we know the children and young ones really like to play with robots, especially if they look like little boy. So it's really fascinating.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the way this works, so the robot goes to visit the group of seniors. Is this how this works?
Yes, he goes to a group of seniors and teach them. Yes.
What kinds of things is the robot teaching?
We decided that the content will be social network, Instagram. Right. He will teach them how to use Instagram to post the pictures and send status. So it's kind of teaching them the new world. So we looked for a topic that they maybe don't know it.
Right, got it. Okay, so it's how to use the social networking. So it's working with them on a computer.
Nice to see you, and he understands you, and he also asks you if you need any help. He's kind of he's the teacher. He's the teacher of the senior, and he answers questions and asks questions with the seniors. So I'm very much curious to see how the seniors will accept the social robots, because we know the children and young ones really like to play with robots, especially if they look like little boy. So it's really fascinating.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the way this works, so the robot goes to visit the group of seniors. Is this how this works?
Yes, he goes to a group of seniors and teach them. Yes.
What kinds of things is the robot teaching?
We decided that the content will be social network, Instagram. Right. He will teach them how to use Instagram to post the pictures and send status. So it's kind of teaching them the new world. So we looked for a topic that they maybe don't know it.
Right, got it. Okay, so it's how to use the social networking. So it's working with them on a computer.
No, they are talking with a robot, and they have the cellular phone with application and the work, and he looks at the cellular. I say, oh, okay, this is good. No, it's not good.
Okay, okay. So the robot's vision is sophisticated enough that it can understand the screen and see what they're doing. So the robot is looking at their cell phone and looking at their screen and looking at them and walking them through. Here's what you do. Okay, you want to make an Instagram post. Here's where you need to click. And is it capable of noticing when they're not doing the right thing and stepping in and saying
the sound? And he says, show me if you did it. And you have to say, because he has face recognition and voice recognition. So you put the cell phone and said, okay, did I do it? No, you didn't do well. Please go there and do this. So it's kind of, he knows exactly what's happening. He knows how long it takes for the senior to go from one side to another, for example. So if he sees like too much time passes, he says, do you need any help maybe?
Yeah. That's great. Does the, I don't know if you know yet, but does the robot have to deal with questions that it's not prepared to handle? Does it get asked questions by the seniors that are not related to social networking? Does it have to try to deal with the challenge of answering those?
Yeah, this is the challenge, because it doesn't have NLP. It's not natural learning processes. we have script. So the senior knows that if you want to ask questions, you say, hey, now, please tell me. And so now understands. This is the limitation. The robots, they don't speak fluently, but it will be there.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so you prepare the seniors with scripts. So here are the things that the robots are particularly equipped to answer, and the robot also watches and evaluates and instructs.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
The
Okay.
robot says to him, if you want to ask me about, like, say, status, how to post a status or a post, please say yes. If you don't want to know about it, please say no. So he guides the senior how to talk with him. Okay. They have a script. So he asked him, and if he doesn't understand, he said, I didn't understand what you asked me. So it's like, say, please ask again. And
that's fantastic. That's fascinating. How long does the robot usually spend with a senior at this point? Do you know? How much time do they spend together in a session?
It's going to be less than an hour because it's tiring. It's tiring. It's a lot of learning. It's the new content, and with the robots, you will have the interaction with the robots. And we know that some people really likes him, and some people don't like him. Maybe I'll send you a picture. I had him here because I took him from my institution, so he was sitting near me, and we were studying together. And I will send you the picture of that.
Yes, please send that. Yes, we'd love to look.
Yeah,
yes. Is he helping you study? That's really the question, I think.
No, it's kind of fun, He's saying hi.
No, that's great. And you mentioned that before working with the seniors, that the robot had worked with children in the past, and we discussed that actually last year.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about, for people who missed your ICELW talk in 2019, can you tell us a little bit about what the robot did with the children and how that worked out?
Well, we know from the research that this kind of robots really help children, even studying languages, repeated content, or children with disabilities that has problem with communication. So robots really help. So there's a huge amount of body of knowledge about this. We took it to the gamification, playing with the children, but learning through playing. So it's kind of, you play history, you learn history through play. So he asks questions and he hints, and it's kind of a game-based with using escape room. It's kind of, you have to escape the room after you solve the problems about the history, so you can go out from the room. So it's a kind of play. I'm not sure if you are familiar with escape room games.
A little bit. I've never done one. I'm aware of them, and there actually are places in the public in the U.S. I know that are actually, that
so we
this
did
is a place
small
you can
one.
go. Yeah.
We did a small one. So they have the challenge to open and say, and they have to hints, and he gives them hints, and they have to sing, and they have to look for a kind of a place in Israel that had, I don't know, something. So it's learning about the history of Israel and places. And by that, they can, after they solve all the problems, they can escape the room.
Okay, so the robot's role in that place is sort of the coach and the mentor, helping them through it.
Exactly. Give them feedback. Yes.
And are there results that you can share with us about sort of how that worked and how that not necessarily defined results, but just what you saw in those interactions?
Now, we have results, and technology is here, but it's still expensive, so it's not going to be on a daily use. We know that, and the robots has the limitations of the natural learning processes. But I think that it serves as a different kind of learning experience. Beside having a teacher or instructor near you, it's someone different. For example, if you compare it to avatars on the computer screen, it's much better, because if you look at the computer, you have this avatar talking to you, but here you have someone in the physical world sitting near you and looking at you, and he can also smile, and he also can blush. So he becomes red and say, oh, you're very nice, and he does like this. And so it's very kind of, the emotion going there. So we found that most of the people really likes it. When he starts to move, he's moving. And we had only one that said, I don't want to talk to him. He's not nice to me. So you feel like it's real human beings, and we have to use it for learning processes or training. And we are still not there, but we're on our way to be there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think this is a big step toward things that will, continue to
Yes, sure.
to evolve. So I think absolutely. Well, let's talk, I guess, about something else. Some of your other recent work is in a different area, working with podcasts. So you can tell me a little bit about what you're doing with podcasts and some of the new work you're doing there.
Sure, of course. This is a work with Mr. Yanai Zaguri, who will present with me. So we use podcast for teaching. What we did is, the flipped classroom model. We used it. So the students, before they came to class, they had to listen to a podcast. And when they come to class, they discuss the podcast. This is something that we kind of know, it's not very new. We know that it works. So you spend much more time on discussion and less on knowledge transfer because the students hears the podcast. In the other course, this is something that very interesting. The students had the final exam as what podcast? They had to produce a podcast themselves. So it's kind of using the voice, talking about academic topics, and it has to be very clear, but it has to be kind of fun and, short in time, no more than 10 minutes. Research showed that you cannot do podcasts like an hour and a half. It's too much. And actually, it's learning content that they produced. I'm sorry that you will not understand. We have it. It's in Hebrew. So this is something that we use. And the recent work that we are doing is doing a kind of hyperlinks podcast, meaning you start to listen to the podcast. And then you are asked, do you want to go further on this topic, or you can jump to another topic? And so it's so that the listener can choose what to learn. And this is the next generation of podcasts.
That's really interesting. So they have it. So it's really an interactive approach to podcasts, which have traditionally been a passive mechanism.
And more personalized. I choose what to learn. So there's something that you have to learn. It's the content. And then I said, well, now it's your choice. Do you want to see example about X or example about Y? I don't mind. And I hope that you will hear both. But if you choose one of them, fine with me.
Right, and it may be that there are things that people skip because they're not that relevant to them or not relevant to them right now, or it's something they already know, and so you put the control in the learner's hands, and things are much better, which is terrific. So it's
exactly, yeah, exactly.
That's really interesting work. Let's step back, maybe talk a little bit about bigger picture, and particularly in your role as dean. We're at a tremendously difficult time as we're speaking right now with the spread of the coronavirus, and in the world of education, things are changing rapidly out of necessity. All of a sudden, everybody shifted from in-person classes that needed to not continue to remote learning. So as we look at where we are now, we look toward the future. How do you see things evolving, and how do you think things should evolve in education now that we're all of a sudden plunged into much more of a remote learning world than we had been?
I would like to refer to the academic system in Israel. Overall, we switched to online learning or distance learning in a minute or like in an hour. In my institution, which is its expertise in technology, we did it very well. We had more than 1,000 courses that immediately switched to Zoom, mainly to Zoom, synchronous, and it was a huge success because the faculty experienced and the students understood that this is the only way to learn, and we could continue teaching and learning. So nothing happened in terms of the content and the school itself. They had the same classes, scheduled in advance. So my institution really is a leading one with this moving to distance learning. And now we have discussion about should we keep part of it, even if we go back to school and to the campuses. And we're going back to campuses, and we think that we will keep, especially in my faculty, we will do the hybrid model, kind of, students will come or either hear podcasts before they come, so it's less coming to the campus, but we understand that Zoom is not the only channel for distance learning. So we're using much more a kind of content, asynchronous content that we produce or we take from the internet. And I think that the challenge here is not technology, it's the pedagogy. How do you teach, using all the hybrid model? How do you teach engineering, for example, using this hybrid model? but I'm very optimistic. I think that everyone understands it can be like this, and you can teach like this, and we come to the campus, but less time, less meetings in the campus.
No, do you think that as time goes on, you'll see a shift in the way, and we can engineer a shift perhaps, in the way that learners spend their time? In other words, right now in the classroom model, if you're sitting in a lecture, you're kind of in the lecture, and when you're no longer in the classroom, you may be able to use your time differently, do some more activities, do some things that are much more doing and your own research and your own work, and bring that in. So do you envision maybe a change in the role of professor or the teacher or the instructor in within a workplace setting as time goes on?
Excellent question. And what you are referring at, we need students that are very much or either independent or self-disciplines, because when you come home, there are a lot of interruptions, of course, and you can have much more interesting things to do. So this is something that we think about it, how to teach them to be independent and, lifelong learners, not just coming to the campus. I believe that it can be, but it needs some time to understand that now you're sitting and you're learning, you're doing things. And when you come to the campus, by the way, when you sit, I know that in my class, I see only the first rows. I don't see what's behind. So I'm not sure. Physically, they are in the class, but I'm not sure if emotionally they are with me. I don't know.
Right. There's no, and if you're in a big lecture hall, it's too hard to know. You can't tell. Someone might be.
Yeah,
someone also might be on their laptop. Maybe they're taking notes. Maybe they're looking at something relevant. Maybe they're on Facebook. You really don't know. And so it does produce new opportunities. Moving back maybe to some of the other things you've talked about. Do you see your recent work with robots, with podcasts, any of those things playing a role as something maybe in the next year or two that you might want to integrate into the classrooms at your university?
Of course, this is my passion, the next generation of technologies. What are we going to use? Yes, of course, we will see a lot of video content, one thing, and we'll see also audio content, which is much cheaper, and it can be on the go. So when you go to the gym, you can listen. So I do believe that we can use it, and it's our duty to find ways to teach our students, the future generation. They cannot be learned or taught the way we were, because it's different. And they have all this kind of schedule that now it's different than when we went to college. We were in college and that's it. Now, some of them have to work and families and money issues. And so we have to think, and I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic. I think that we're in the right way. We will find the right way.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I am as well. I do think it's a critical time, and it's maybe taking a little longer than I'd hoped to be getting to some of the novel uses of technology, starting to maybe be talked about in a little bit more widespread ways than they have. That we've been a little bit fixated on traditional models, which really, I think came from the need to scale up. And with technology, we don't need to scale up in those ways. We can scale up in different ways. And we have an opportunity to rethink that right now even more substantially with just a lot of interest behind it. But you're absolutely right. It's a different world for students, for employees. It's a different world in terms of the technology they use, the world that they live in, and in what they have available to them potentially to help us scale up and create really, really different kinds of learning experiences, as I know you're already starting to do. Well, great. Well, I think, at this point, is there anything else we want to kind of cover before we wrap up? Anything else you want to leave us with as far as, what to look for in the future?
I look forward to come to your conference, actually come to New York, because I think nothing can replace, even though we are friends, we know each other, when we're in the same place, seeing each other's eyes without the computer, it's something else. It's being human, much more human. Being in the same place. So I do hope that next year we will meet in your conference.
Yeah, absolutely. So do I. Yeah, no, so do I. And I think you're right. It's really that with technology still giving us a lot of things it couldn't before. It's not the same as in person.
Yeah.
And it'll be an interesting to evaluate that as time goes on and figure out where the right times are to make sure that people meet periodically and have enough of an opportunity in an informal environment. And absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Gila, thank you so much for your time. I very much appreciate it. Really enjoyed our interview, and thanks once again.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. I hope you enjoyed seeing that. And Gila has a lot of interesting things to say, as you saw earlier. in the week about podcasts, but then the robot work is just fascinating to me. So it's great talking with her about that. And I see Gila's discussing it in the chat, so even better as everything blends together, pre-recorded and live. So we have our own different blended approaches of various types, if not the traditional definition of blended approaches. Getting to the next talk, we are pleased to have Fernando Salvetti with us once again. Fernando is going to talk this time about voice and touch controlled medical checklists, some experiments in medical simulations. It's always a pleasure. So we're going to roll Fernando's intro, and then we'll go to Fernando.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Everything sounds good.
Okay, let me start with the voice and touch controlled checklist that are something pretty unique in our experience, because usually checklists that are mnemonics, that are cognitive helps for medical doctors, nurses, paramedic, are something that are attached to a trolley or are within a pocket or more than one pocket, and people usually are expected to read something on paper. And reading paper sometimes is challenging, because if you think medical simulation, or better, if you think the real medical and surgical life, people many times are in need very urgently, very quickly, to perform actions, to save life, to do something very useful, and usually very complicated, challenging, difficult in order to have aligned the entire team. So try to figure out what usually happens within a surgical room, within indoor or outdoor medical theaters, like the one I'm displaying nearby our title, Voice and Touch Control Checklist. In this case, is a checklist called Name, Claim Aim, designed in Boston by the Harvard Center for Medical Simulation. And if you figure out those type of really challenging situations, we can go step by step together in order to have a better understanding about why and how to use checklist and visual mnemonics in a totally innovative way, not printed on paper, not within people's pockets, but displayed on walls or on big videos. Let me go further just to show the other names, because the team that is experimenting in Boston, Massachusetts, the visual checklist is made by Roxanne Garner, by Rebecca Meinhardt, by Barbara Bertagni, and by myself, Fernando. So we are four, plus some other guys that provide their help to allow us to experiment. I'm talking on behalf of all, and I'm sharing some other images. Then I'm expected to share with you a short video, 3.5 minutes, about what we are doing. In this case, we are within a simulated hospital room. It's simulated even if seems to be a real room, because it's from a virtual hospital, a place where the job is performed by simulation. so it's not a real medical or surgical place. We attached to the ceiling a couple of ultra-short projectors. They are part of the IREAL setting. I was talking about IREAL 2 days ago. And we are projecting in an interactive manner 2 walls, better, 1 wall and a half, because the other part of the second wall is already occupied by medical tools and devices. Here is a patient simulator. It's plastic, it's purely plastic. Couple of projected walls. We can look at the main wall. On the main wall, there are writings. There are highlights by virtual pens. There are options to take, again, electronically, because we are facing, or better, our learners are facing a very complex situation, especially usual in medical simulation. So they are usually facing a patient simulator, a mannequin, that is about to die. And they have to try to save the patient in 2, 3, 4 minutes. On average, the time is really a short time frame. And medical students or medical professional people, as well as nurses or nursing students and paramedic or paramedical students, are in need to cooperate to figure out what is really happening inside the plastic body, inside the mannequin, and try to find very quickly an effective solution. So they have to share a diagnosis. And it's challenging. It's challenging because knowledge varies between and among the people, because the level of performance may vary a lot. There are people very able to perform, let's say, basic life-size operations on the dummies, and other people that they are not. So the team has to divide the work among the most experienced and the less experienced team members, and they have to share and to try to remain on the same page, to share the basic knowledge and the advanced knowledge about what is happening. Mainly with undergraduate students, it's not so easy. It's really challenging. This is a wall for undergraduate students. This is a wall in order to allow undergraduate students to try to figure out if what is happening is a myocardial infarction or something related to atrial fibrillation. Seems for sure to be something related to the heart, some heart conditions, but they do not know. They have to look at the wall, they have to understand which mnemonic could be relevant in order to start intervening on the medical patient, the simulated patient, the dummy, or as we are used to say, the plastic. And this is from the user experience point of view. From the instructional designer point of view, what is happening, or better, what happened before starting the simulation, some weeks or months in advance, was trying to decide which information were and are very relevant to be shared and shown, which information have to mislead people toward something that is the wrong path, because we have usually to balance the level of complexity. So according to the level of the engage learners, we have to decide how many true info we have to provide and how many false info we have to provide. So we have to suggest the wrong drugs, we have to suggest the wrong medical maneuvers. At the same time, we have to suggest on the same wall the right medical maneuvers and the right drugs. Then people ongoing the simulation have to take their own decisions, have to balance quantities, timing, level of intervention, and so on. The technical side of the medical nursing performance. At the same time, they have to perform organizational behavior in a very effective way. Performing an effective organizational behavior means being able to share knowledge as a team, means under time pressure, being able to bring all within the same page, so within sharing the same diagnosis, remaining the same, within the same diagnostical page, and performing according to the diagnosis the right medical procedures. Checklists and mnemonics are part of the scene, in my opinion, are really the core of the scene, more than the patient simulator, from an instructional design perspective, because people have to learn sometimes in real time, ongoing the critical situation, what they have to do. Because medicine is a highly complicated science, and not all the needed knowledge may be available within the, let's say, the brain or the operating memory of people. So part of the knowledge has to be figured out from checklists and mnemonics. This is why we are allowing people to work within a simulated medical environment, learning how to very effectively use checklists and mnemonics in real time without being in need to have someone reading a handbook, usually attached to a trolley. Usually this is the trolley where people find attached a handbook with the checklist. In our case, people directly may look at the same checklist altogether, not only a pair of eyes, as usually happens right now within the real medical simulation settings or the real medical practice settings, because all is displayed on a big wall or at least a big surface. Those are existing checklists. It's pretty impossible reading or looking at them. Those are very famous checklists in the US because they are from Stanford Medical School. They are highly appreciated. They are very good if you have printed checklists, if you can open a handbook. But projecting those type of checklists is pretty impossible, reading them. Those are different checklists designed by us. With us, I mean the professional and experts from the Advanced Center for Medical Simulation, as well as the team from LogosNet and Centro Studi Logos, and a couple of professors from the Polytechnic School of Milano, in order to allow a better comprehension, a better reading, a better understanding once they are displayed on the walls. Different experiment, because we are experimenting different layouts. So same checklist, different layout. And This is the real challenge. Communication partners, knowledge visualization strategies. As you can figure out from the checklist I was sharing before with you, it's not easy. Having something like visual communication really working well. In our experiments, we are developing more than 12 different layouts, and maybe one or two are really working. Maybe because we are using simulation in order to check if something that we are designing is working. For instance, this is working. This is a checklist designed by the Harvard Center for Medical Simulation called the Name Remain. I was talking about it at the very beginning of my talk today. And now is also embedded within the Massachusetts General Hospital Handbook of Medical Emergencies. Is technically a checklist plus a mnemonic. The mnemonic is split in three: name, claim, aim, with a very short description about how to perform as a team when the team is facing a situation. And strictly technically speaking, this is the checklist. A list of items, flaggable. Also on our wall is flaggable. In order to keep all the team within the same page, in order to be sure all the team is visually aligned. They know where they are. And this is the wall, purely the brick and mortar wall. At this point, if possible, I'm asking David to start the short video so you can figure out something better about what is the meaning of visual checklist.
Uriel, open checklist 1. Uriel, open checklist 1. Uriel, zoom 1. Uriel, zoom immediate. Uriel, zoom diagnose. Uriel, open 1. Uriel, open 2. Uriel, open 3. Uriel, go to pneumothorax event. Uriel, zoom out. Uriel, zoom 3. Uriel, open 3.
Wait.
Uriel, zoom in. Uriel, next. Uriel, next. Uriel, previous. Uriel, previous. Uriel, zoom out. Uriel, open 5. Uriel, zoom out. And so on. Uriel, zoom 2. Uriel, zoom out.
I think it's enough. We had the time to share a lot of different visualizations.
Uriel, zoom out.
Thank you. So in this way, we are sharing what we are used to do with medical checklist. Is knowledge visualization, and is knowledge interaction. Vocal and visual interaction with a piece of knowledge that are very relevant and that we are making available in a different and innovative way, both within traditional medical simulation setting and also within very innovative surgical settings, because the surgery is really in need of this type of visualization. Thank you for your attention, and I'm here available if there are questions.
Thank you so much. Always great to see the work that you're doing, and I always enjoy it. It's good to have you here. We have a question from the chat. Elizabeth wants to know, do the medical students also use medical dummies in any of the learning? She's seen some immersive environments that have simulations with heart operations. So are there dummies as part of the simulations?
Usually, yes. Dummies or patient simulators are part of the scenario. For students, are the main part of the scenario. For us, as instructional designer, knowledge is the main part of the scenario, and knowledge is split in between the dummies and the working environment. With a working environment, I mean also the walls with the projected checklist. But for sure, the dummies are part of the scenario.
Okay, so they're spending some time with the dummies, with the mannequins, whatever, and then some on the walls. Let me ask a different kind of question. So that the checklists were really cool, and they worked, really nicely. You could, as you saw with voice activation and touch, as you had mentioned. Do you see a role for those checklists in a real environment? In other words, not an e-real environment, but in an actual environment? Would there be a version of that would work in, during an actual operation that would work seamlessly? Is that something you envision down the line?
A cardiac surgeon from the Veteran Hospital in Boston is already experimenting visual checklist on a wall within a surgical environment for two main reasons. The first is knowledge distribution among all the team members. The second reason is that cardiac surgery many times means a lot of hours within the surgical theater, and a part of the team that is changing, ongoing the operation, ongoing the procedures. So visual checklist could be of help in order to share knowledge also about what already happened when someone from the team was not physically attending and part of the operations. So two main reasons. I'm not a medical expert. I'm only as an educator working with experts in medical education. Their opinion is that the checklist could help in the real world, not only within a simulated setting. Frankly speaking, I do not know. I'm fascinated because it's the first time I'm working with medical checklists, and I assume that they may help because my colleagues are saying this. So hope so.
Okay. Yeah, I hope so too, and I would think so. And if Hal Christensen is on the chat at the moment, but I think Hal's thinking would be that it would indeed help, and that would be the kind of performance support that would be very, very useful. I think particularly because, I guess hard to understand the setting, but it's. I know that not being a surgeon, I've seen I've seen them on TV, but because it's voice activated, I would think that would help. There might be some things, but you're fairly busy as a surgeon, and you can't take out your cell phone in the middle of surgery and go look something up. But if you have some kind of checklist that's everyone can see and it's on the wall and can be voice activated to move it, that sounds like it would really, really be a good fit, potentially. Another question from Donna wants to know, will the results be available for review for medical checklists in a real environment? So I guess when this rolls out, will we get to find out about it when this rolls out in a real environment?
We have, for the moment, a couple of papers in order to start sharing the first outputs from our simulations. In my opinion, by the end of 2021, we will be able to try to export in a real environment. For the moment, within a real environment, we are only working with the HoloLens, providing a checklist, mnemonics, and some other info on the lenses of the main surgical operator. In another project in between Turin and Briançon, Italy and France, we never projected on real walls within a surgical theater, but we are going further with our experiments. And I can assume end of 2021, we will be able to share a robust base of data about all the simulations. We will discuss in January 2022 during the International Congress of Medical Simulation, and then we will look for someone willing to experiment in real places. This is at least the roadmap.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. So Donna, definitely be back at ICLW in 2022. Hopefully they'll come back next year as well. It's like 2021 is going to be when the work is done. This is a lot. This is a lot of fun, and it should be really interesting to see. I know how this works in the real world. I would think it would work well in the real world. That it's got kind of all the right things to be a kind of just-in-time performance support that can work in that environment. But it's a fascinating experiment. Other questions that people have about this? I'll look at the chat. If you have anything else in the chat, we talked about medical students. We talked about the future, and I think and Hal. Hal has chimed in with a yes in all capital letters. So Hal very much agrees that performance support is the way to go, as he always does, and looking forward to the use of these checklists in a real environment as well in a simulated environment. So. All right. Well, I think we're just about at the time, so we can wrap up. And I know, Fernando, you'll be back to talk about crisis management in the afternoon, and so we've got more to talk about with you. And that the e-rail system is always just fascinating to talk about, and got a lot of participation. So, all right. Well, thanks once again, and we'll see you in a couple hours.
Thanking you. See you. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye. All right. Thanks so much to Fernando for all of his participation through the conferences through the years. So it's been always a pleasure. And so next up, we have Sigrid Schaefer-Wenzel and Igor Miladinovic talking about developing 21st century skills in engineering studies with e-learning. Sigrid and Igor have had some technical difficulties, I'm told, but due to that, were kind enough to record their talk. So they are going to appear with us by video. And so what we're going to do in just a second is we're going to roll their intro and then roll the video, and we're going to see this talk. We'll be back live after their talk.
Welcome to our presentation, Developing 21st Century Skills in Engineering Studies with E-Learning. My name is Sigrid Schaefer-Wenzel, and I'm doing this talk together with Igor Miladinovic. We are both from the University of Applied Sciences in Vienna, Austria. In our presentation, we are first shortly introducing our topic and then present our scientific approach and the contribution of our study. We also present the relevance of this topic and how teaching of 21st century skills can be done. So several approaches how 21st century skills can be integrated into an engineering study. We also show some example course designs and provide you with recommendations and findings that we gained from our study. We will conclude the talk with the major findings. Industry trends show an increased need for highly skilled software engineers, having a blend of both technical and professional skills. Technical skills include domain-specific knowledge such as programming, mastering computer networks, or developing electronic components. And professional skills are related to competencies that are needed for a profession beyond technical skills. Examples are complex problem solving, teamwork, and communication skills. So skills that can be applied in different areas, jobs, and situations. Therefore, they are also referred to as 21st century skills, emphasizing their growing importance for modern employees. Due to the main focus in engineering studies on developing rigorous technical expertise, the time devoted to professional skills in an engineering curriculum is often very limited. Therefore, these skills are often underdeveloped among many graduates, and so they are frequently essential differentiators between applicants for a job position. We have conducted research on this topic, so how can we best integrate 21st century skills into our engineering studies? We have basically two studies, a bachelor program on computer science and digital communications, and a master study program on software design and engineering. And we got feedback from the industry that graduates often lack these 21st century skills, and therefore were motivated to think about possibilities on how to integrate more of these skills into our study. We therefore did an extensive literature survey on this topic, and although we found many contributions stating the importance of developing 21st century skills for engineers, there are only a few concrete examples of how these skills can be systematically developed across any curriculum. From the feedback of our invited industry representatives, we selected a set of 21st century skills for our two-study program, and then tried several approaches that we found in the literature and also adapted them to our needs. We will provide you with a set of recommendations using blended learning concepts for integrating professional skills into curricula of engineering studies from our experience. Yeah, regarding the relevance of this topic, as mentioned before, employees of the 21st century skills are required to apply knowledge and skills in unknown and evolving circumstances. And this is particularly true for engineering jobs, as people in these jobs are usually dealing with interdisciplinary projects in rapidly changing and also globally distributed environments. In order to prepare our students for future engineering jobs, they need to develop a broad spectrum of skills and competencies besides technical skills. Several studies highlight, for example, skills such as critical and creative thinking, problem solving, communication, collaboration skills as being very important for engineering students. However, we have the problem of a low acceptance of such courses in engineering studies. So-called soft skills, professional skills, or 21st century skill courses are often suffer from a low acceptance, at least in our experiences in engineering studies. In our study programs, we have addressed this issue with several different methods. So depending on the topic and on the semester in the study, we have several strategies, several approaches how we integrate 21st century skills into the study. And we can structure these approaches into 4 categories. So first we have the isolated courses, where 21st century skills are held in independent courses, so independent from technical courses. This is the traditional way of teaching 21st century skills, and we applied this category for courses that are difficult to combine explicitly with other courses in our study program. E-learning concepts in these isolated courses include e-learning platforms with distance learning exercises without a particular focus on engineering topics. A second category of integrating 21st century skills into engineering studies are so-called modules. Here we interconnect a 21st century skill course with an engineering course into a module with a single grade for both courses. So we have 2 separate courses, one on the 21st century skills and one on technical subjects. But they are combined in some sort that they are graded with 1 grade at the end of the semester. So we have integrated such modules starting from the first semester of our bachelor study and also in the first semesters of our master study throughout the whole curriculum, and first results show a very high acceptance of these concepts among our students. The third category of integration are the so-called integrated courses. Here, the focus of a course is on the development of engineering skills. However, the application of some of our 21st century skills is necessary to successfully complete the course. So here we have only 1 course on a certain engineering topic, and we integrate particular learning goals on 21st century skills into this course. We will see examples in a minute. And our last category is the interdisciplinary category. These are courses where we have a complex project among several disciplines like engineering, health, manufacturing, law, and the success of the project directly depends on 21st century skills of the students. So there is a permanent interaction among the different stakeholders in these projects, which fosters the development of 21st century skills such as complex problem solving, teamwork, communication, presentation skills, for example. E-learning environments in these courses are primarily used for communication, collaboration, and documentation, and the students are able to get feedback on the progress of the projects frequently and to react on possible changes. According to our observations, this reduces the risk of project failure. And I will now hand over to my colleague Igor Milodinovic.
Okay, thank you, Sigrid. So now we will see some examples and also our recommendation for the applying 21st century skills in an engineering study, but it could also be valid for any other study. So here, the first example is a module example. As you can remember, the module means we have 2 different courses, one technical or engineering course and one 21st century skills course, and they are combined in a module, meaning the students are getting only 1 grade for both courses, and both courses has to be finish successfully in order to pass any of these courses. What you can see here, this is just a soft skills course. In that case, the course is called Complex Problem Solving, and in this course we are addressing all the levels of the Bloom's taxonomy. We are starting from the bottom level, remember, then we go to understand, apply, analyze, synthesize, and create at the end. Concretely, we start the course with short videos where we also introduce some gamification elements. For example, they are playing a dice game in order to understand theory of constraints, which is essential for complex problem solving. Then they are getting some distance learning tasks and performing these tasks, reflecting their knowledge in learning diaries. We are then analyzing the entries of learning diaries, and next time in the in-class lectures we are discussing unsolved issues out of the learning diaries, and we are discussing about possible applications of what they have learned in these distance learning tasks. This is this phase, and the last phase they are focusing on solving real problems, and the problems originate from the technical course. In that case, the technical course is called software integration. They have a software integration problem. They are applying complex problem solving tools to solve this problem. So in here, we are connecting these two courses into a module, and at the end, they are getting some grading for this project, which is then influencing the final grade of the course. The second example is an integrated course. Integrated means it is a single course, and in this course there is a lot of engineering or technical knowledge, but in order to solve all the tasks, they have to apply also professional skills. So they have to apply knowledge from the professional skills. This course is called Mobile App Development, and the students are using mobile learning devices in three ways. There's a threefold usage of mobile learning device as a mobile learning devices, because the complete material is designed for mobile devices. They use mobile devices for virtual collaboration. So they have to communicate with each other in order to solve the problems. And they are using mobile device as a software developing platform, so software testing platform. They are developing mobile applications which can be tested directly on mobile devices. So it is a three function of mobile devices. In this course, there are several elements of professional skills. For example, they have to apply working in teams for the virtual collaboration, even talking about distance learning, even collaboration in virtual teams. Then they have to apply project-based learning. We are also organizing a hackathon during this course, which in hackathon there are a lot of skills which are necessary, including argumentation, collaboration skills, and also presentation skills in order to convince us that this idea is a good one. And altogether, so for the technical part and the professional skills part, they are getting 1 grade for this course. Coming to our recommendations, as you have seen, we have make several experiences with integrating professional skills into an engineering study several ways. We have defined these 4 categories, as Sigrid mentioned: isolated, module, integrated, and interdisciplinary. In this picture, you can see on the x-axis, you can see administration effort, which can be low or high, and here you can see integration degree on the x-axis. So the isolated courses have a very low integration degree. Of course, because professional skills are teaching completely separately, but there is also no administration effort. You do not have to coordinate anything between the courses. For module, the integration degree is higher because you have 2 courses which are combined together. They have to apply knowledge from both courses in order to finish the course, to finish the module. And we have quite a high administration effort because we have to coordinate between different people, between different courses. The courses must also have synchronize run, because we are teaching professional skills, we are teaching engineering skills. They have to be combined, and the timing has to be planned accordingly. In the integrated courses, administration effort is lower because it's still one single course, and we have a higher integration degree. So it is a very good possibility to teach professional skills. However, it is not applicable for all courses. The students have to teach professional skills. However, it is not applicable for all courses. The students have to be at least in the middle of the study. And in the end, we have interdisciplinary courses which have a quite high administration effort, but also high integration degree. This is, let's say, the best way to teach professional skills. However, the students in lower semesters are not able to do this kind of courses. So we are applying interdisciplinary courses in the last 2 semesters of the study. The size of these bubbles corresponds to the number of courses in our study of that category. As you can see, the majority of courses are either integrated or module. We have some isolated courses and some interdisciplinary, because, as I said before, it is applicable only for the last 2 semesters. So in the next slide, you can find some more finding or recommendations. So we recommend to include 21st century skills starting from the first semester. You can choose between different categories, but we do not think it's a good approach. It was in our old curriculum to wait until the middle of the study or something like that to start with professional skills. So the first recommendation start with the first semester. And then is the question with which kind of courses to start. The most common ways to start with isolated courses. You can also we have also introduced integrated courses in the first semester, and then the module courses are also possible in earlier semester in the middle of the study. At the end, it is a good idea to have some interdisciplinary courses in order to let's say to polish professional skills of the students. our experience is also that e-learning can do something against this high administration effort. With the e-learning tools, the administration effort can be kept in the lower level, and it enables communication between different lecturers and communication between students and lecturers. The lecturers need not to be present. You can do virtual collaboration, as you know. Today, the majority of universities are working in this distance learning mode only, and these e-learning concepts like learning diaries or wiki repository can also store the knowledge of the student and can also make visible the progress of the students. So that's why e-learning can help to introduce more 21st century skill courses. Concluding, we can say that integrating professional skills or 21st century skills in an engineering curricula is not an easy task. However, we have proposed 4 different methods to do that. Therefore, 4 methods or 4 categories. All of them have some advantages and some disadvantages. We do not think that any of this category can be eliminated. Even isolated courses are meaningful for some areas. We have also shown some examples for the integration. As you can remember, an example of an integrated course and a module course. And in our future work, we will further investigate these e-learning concepts for integrating teaching of technical and professional skills. We will also do some studies with different classes of students, because our experience is also that each year of students is different. And then we will publish our results, and maybe it will come out more about these 4 categories and more about advantages and disadvantages. So, thank you very much for this for the listening of this remote presentation. I'm sorry that we are not able to do it on site, or at least with virtual presence, because we have some technical issues. However, if you have any question, you can find here our contact data, so do not hesitate to contact us, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, thanks to Sigrid and Igor for recording their presentation for us, kind of technically on short notice. We were told that they had some technical connection problems at their office, and so they were unable to present. They did have another session together yesterday scheduled that if you were here for that, you saw that didn't happen for the same reason. That is recorded as well, so we will find a time to include that. It may well not happen during the rest of today due to scheduling reasons, but we will include that in the archives for people who want to see it. We also have in the chat, Miranda is posting Sigrid and Igor's email addresses for you. So if you want to email questions to them, they're happy to answer. They are longtime ICELW presenters, and they'd be happy to answer your questions even if they weren't. But it was good to hear their talk, and interesting that they're talking so much about, in the engineering world, making sure that people have other skills, including problem-solving skills and sort of higher order skills. And I think that leads us back maybe to some of the conversations that we had on the panel, where we talked about what do we need courses? What's the purpose of a course? What form will learning take in the future? What form should it take in the future? And we've heard several times throughout the conference that people find what they want to find, right? We heard Natalie talk about people going to YouTube to find information, and that's kind of the model that she wants to follow. We've heard other similar things. There's certainly a need for just-in-time performance support, as we've talked about with Hal. And then there's an interesting question about how we balance everything, because I've been very much in favor of all these things as well. I'm certainly not disagreeing and very much on the forefront. But then again, we also want we don't want to create a world where it's all skill-based, where there's almost no, you can almost imagine the extreme version where there's no person, there's only lots of skills, right? So you don't get exposed to enough new things if you drive everything yourself. You don't get enough practice on higher order skills and on working in a society and with a team and all that if all you're doing is learning, hey, I can learn Python online. Great, I'm going to do it. And that's a great thing to do. But are you doing anything else? And are we setting people up in a situation where they can do a variety of things and where they're encouraged to experiment in a variety of ways? And so in terms of how we see education and workplace learning affecting society, there's just a lot of questions still, I think, to be answered, and a lot of things to balance. And I think that's one reason I enjoyed the discussions at this conference so much, and certainly the panel this morning talking about these issues. So if you do have other questions in the chat, please do let us know. So and now I see Miranda has posted the email addresses for Sigrid and Igor. Beth Barber notes that she's noticed with her computer science students that they need 21st century skills, critical thinking, and even writing skills. And I think that's absolutely, those are critical. And we see that often as well. I think writing skills are a really interesting one, and communication skills in general. We've talked a little bit over the last few days about sort of starting with Ryan's talk opening on Wednesday about marketing and how that can affect you. And then he used the term snake oil salesman for some of the people who are selling certain things. And so there's an interesting line there in terms of, how do you accurately and concisely and clearly communicate something that's complex so that people are intrigued by it and understand it, and so that a lot of the really good work gets out and gets publicized and gets built on. And those skills are all necessary. So it's one thing to be able to do what you're doing, but you have to communicate to somebody for it to really contribute back. And that's a really big thing. And so Beth notes that the computer science students she had, the kids thought they didn't need to write a paper on Alan Turing because they were going to be programmers. So what's the point of writing if you're going to be a programmer? And I would like to have a society where everybody is more well-rounded. And again, for communication purposes, in general, these things all are going to matter. So it's an interesting perspective. And these are kids, I see, Beth. These are at a young age already deciding that they don't need to learn how to write. So hopefully that's not that will not be the case moving forward. And as we look at how we can redesign and reimagine education and workplace learning in all ways, all of this plays in. So lot to think about. And yes, yes, Beth pointed out that computer language is a syntax and it counts as a language. Yes, I don't know if that counts as the only language. So fair point. And yes, Imogen writes that if nothing else, they need to write in order to comment their code. So well, we hope they're commenting their code. So that's another issue, and probably not one for this moment. So who knows? But it's all interesting to see. And again, there's a lot we can do to influence it. And I think we want to keep thinking about that. And I think that's why we're all here. So it gets me to the next talk. We have Dominic Mentor with us. And Dominic's a longtime ICELW presenter and does graduate work at Columbia. And he is going to talk to us about 2020, A Case Odyssey, training for a data governance software technology company. And I think we're ready to go. So we can roll Dominic's intro and then on to Dominic. Okay, great. We have Dominic's slides up and just waiting for him to get his join us on camera and audio, and we'll be ready to go. And I hear you.
All right, and hopefully you can hear me. I think my microphone is responding, so it looks like I am audible.
You are audible and visible, so it's all yours. Take it away.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sitting in on this presentation, and thanks for the introduction, David. And kudos also to you and the team for doing an awesome job converting this workplace conference to this virtual environment. Really good job. Enjoyed the in-person ones in New York, but awesome job converting it. With this title, I really wanted to bring to life the journey of this training and learning ecosystem that I built in this corporate environment, and did so in an organic manner to kind of plant seeds of modern learning concepts like flipped learning, blended learning, micro learning, and just the importance of applying adult learning theories and so forth. None of that existed within this startup come corporate setting. And so there was an intentionality behind the strategies to kind of move the strategies to a culture. And paramount to this was to kind of get this going right at the start with new hires. And so you'll see, I'll move on to the next slide and then kind of show you that the outline that I'm going to follow here. I'm going to talk a little bit about myself and then about the company, talk about where we were and where we're at right now, and then show you the training proposals, and then take you to how those were brought into action, as well as some of the evaluation pieces in terms of learning analytics that was also developed to measure all of that. So a little bit about myself. Like David said, I graduated from Teachers College, and I currently teach there. I teach a mobile learning course, a series of mobile learning courses that I actually introduced as part of my dissertation work. I conceived of it actually in 2005 already, pre-iPhone era, and you know, I then co-designed it with somebody and introduced that at Columbia, and then had the good fortune of also doing consultancy work with the Mayor's Office of Adult Education to kind of bring some more mobile learning to populations and target audiences that the Mayor's Office of Adult Education was supporting as well. Additionally, there was some work that I did with Europe, which is a national training organization, and there we brought to life a E&M learning ecosystem. We used to be in 8 cities, and in 2012 they were still very much paper-based, and we grew this digital diffusion across the country to really kind of exploit blended learning, micro learning, mobile learning, and blended learning, again, concepts that were introduced at that level. So that also gave us some funds that we could collect, raised revenue through additional contracts that we were able to sign because of our E&M learning efforts. So, and I'm sharing all of this, also the award from the ILA, which I'm very, very proud of, as well as this MOOC that we participated in, where we actually taught computer programming to people who had never been exposed to any computer programming. We participated in this AT&T MOOC, and our 20 participants actually outperformed all others that had been invited to this to that project. Also, one of the other mobile learning things was a mobile health initiative that I created at Teachers College, and I got a chance to present that at UNESCO, and also very proud of that work. And I'm sharing all of that just to kind of show how different the next batch of work is. Now, this is a little bit about MesoClick. I started with MesoClick in 2017. You can read that it's a data governance company, and very unique data model that it uses. Instead of having disparate systems across a network feeding in from different systems, MesoClick really does a phenomenal job of bringing all of this together in one universal manner to really give you high fidelity data without having to stitch it all together like a piece of patchwork that sometimes pollutes the data. Furthermore, this is the old website of Mesoclick, which kind of shows you what they focused on, what the focus has been. And my training was, the training that I had to develop was around the data model and the app itself. The company currently focuses on asset management and life insurance investments. And so the data around that was what the focus was. This is the new website, so if you go to it, it's not going to have that previous one. But I wanted to show you that there's a new shift coming in to kind of refocus what the company does and to really truly showcase its multi-industry capability. So while there is a focus on asset management and insurance investment, the data governance model can really be applied to any system. So just think about various organizations and how they will feed maybe payroll data from ADP, and then they'll feed other data from Taleo or Workday. And those are HR examples, but Mesoclick can do all of that in one go. So at a fraction of the cost, I should add. So really powerful. So in 2017, I started with the company and I introduced these various training proposals. So the next set of slides are kind of going to use their template a little bit, but this was introduced because there was no real staff onboarding, no real training. The training didn't really have a blended or virtual learning approach. There was a high reliance on in-person interaction, in-person engagement, and the material was not necessarily in one place. You can see here that there was a real focus on kind of a linear training model, which is these monodirectional lectures that we had. There was no way to revisit material beforehand in a flipped manner, nor to revisit the material maybe in post manner. You'd have to wait afterwards for it to be emailed to you. There was also a lack of version control at the time, and very little to no user feedback on the training documentation. And where there was training documentation, you definitely have click exhaustion, trying to just get to one thing to really understand one concept. So as I explained in the previous slide, just to go a little deeper, there was also a lot of training by subject matter experts, phenomenal training by them, but they always started with deep dive complex examples. And the historical overview existed, but it wasn't necessarily shared. And I thought that should be built into it. And you'll see how I've done that later on. There was definitely a fire hose of information. You would have like 3 to 4 days of 8 to 10 hour training sessions, all in one go, and you were expected to understand everything immediately, with no real mix of training modalities. It was just these monodirectional lectures. So the idea then was to see how can we scaffold this learning? How could we address the fact that there was no real central repository for the training materials, and no hands-on while the lectures were going on or while you were doing your training. Initially, I was going to focus on those first 3 blocks that you see there, but pretty soon realized that I needed to focus on the next 2 blocks, even though I thought that the first would give us that kind of foundation. If I built the 4 and 5, I could go back to number 1 and really offer experiential learning and better training with for higher retention. The training issue that we also had was that we needed we had needs for 2 training audiences. One was our new hires, as well as our clients. Sometimes our new hires would go without training. They would start, and in one instance, I think a year had gone by when we hadn't done any training, and so you're kind of learning about the app, about the data governance model, piecemeal here and there with check-ins and so forth, and you had to reach out to people. Again, you did have the 3 to 4 day kind of flood of information, but how much of that would stick and how much of that would be tied to hands-on practice lessons. So as we built this, the idea that I had was, okay, how do we increase the currency of the training by making it applicable to both our new hires, and at the same time, whatever issues we find with our training for our new hires, we plow that into the training for the clients, so that the clients will get an even higher fidelity of training with no issues and errors that's already been ironed out. One of the things that we then were able to start with, and that people got excited about in terms of the multimodal training that I showed early on, was the videos. And so the concept of videos was new to the organization. And while there was a push for hour-long, 2-hour-long, 3-hour-long videos, we convinced the CEO and the president that these should be about 1 minute to 2 minutes long. They latched onto that. I actually sat with the CEO a great deal, and then worked with him to develop the scripts on that. And I'll say a little bit more about the videos later on as well. One other thing that we thought was crucial was to kind of show a new hire that, one, we were prepared to receive them, two, that they're going to have a welcome packet that introduces them to the company, as well as what they can expect in terms of the training and where to find training material and documentation. So just a quick poll there. As you can see, I'm using the Excel, and which is what the company uses. And so I just want to know if any of you use Excel for all of your planning, all of your proposals, presentation drafts, and mock-ups of app design in your company. And I'll pause a little bit and take a sip of water while you answer that. Okay, awesome. It's good to see. We'll wait for a few more. It's useful to know. Great. So yeah, so glad to see that there's a good amount of you in that also used Excel. This was new to me, but quickly had to latch onto that and present everything in Excel and switch from all other previous methods. And this then allowed for quicker buy-in when I presented this to the CEO or the president of the company or any other C-suite members. So that helped. The other thing that we wanted to do, or a whole bunch of other methods and approaches that we wanted to bring in, was one, wanted to introduce the concept of self-directed learning to, as part of the applying the adult learning theories here, and in a very practical manner. The other one, as you've heard, there was a great need for pre-work, so training would be really, really useful. Making things available beforehand, so you can kind of build a prior knowledge or help people to tap into any prior knowledge and make associations and transfer knowledge from elsewhere. And then also, how could we, instead of this flood of information you hear me talk about, how could we kind of also bring in some micro learning? The automated is something that down the line we were hoping to program for. And so, hopefully that will still come to life. But the peer-to-peer support was there. The regular managerial check-ins was already something that was there. But with the training, you could then actually say where you were at. And you'll see how we leveled out the training from a level 1 down to a 5, up to a 5. And they could then report that to the manager, or the manager could check in with me to see how they were doing and where they were at. The other one was, having some sort of system within a learning management system where they could ask questions. And ultimately, that actually then got to live inside of our app like everything else. And you'll see how we got there. This is one of the ways of how we got there. We knew that to fix the disparate locations of all of the training, the version control issues that we had, we needed some place, a single repository to kind of host this material. To bring it to life, I thought, okay, maybe we should go with a learning management system. But after many, many conversations with our CEO, we came back to the fact that it would just be best if it was in our app, if all of this lived within our app. And I like that idea because it would cater for incidental learning of our complex data model and the data governance that our app hosted, instead of having to go outside of it. It would mimic the user interface and the user interaction. The other thing that we needed to think about was the authorware. And we were also thinking about authorware and a hybrid LMS. The costs around that was too prohibitive for us. The training, like I said, was very, very new. The training concepts were new. And so not wanting to invest in that and also thinking about it in terms of a sustainable way, it's not something we wanted to invest in. But we did land on, like I said, hosting it in our app, in a secure section of our app. And then second, if we were going to do anything in terms of authorware, another criteria matrix that I established here, as you see on the left-hand side, comparing these different tools. And we landed on this open source software that could integrate really, really well. It's WordPress, and it could really integrate well with our HTML5 built app. Focusing on the onboarding as part of the proposal was just, okay, these are the steps that we need to follow, check-ins that we need to do. So as simple as that and as basic as that, with some of the things that we needed to kind of plant seeds with. And then again, you know, the saying to managers and you know, either they do that or the training people who do this, build out a roadmap of, okay, so, you know, how often do you need to do a check-in? And ultimately, there was a yearning from my side to kind of map this out from the first day to the first year. And in the early stages, we landed on from the first day to the first month, and then gauge from there how the person was doing. So as you can see here, this was, you know, I tapped into this kind of structure where we kind of said, okay, what can we do during pre-orientation? What can we do during day one? What is the expectation of the manager and for the new hire during week one? And where do we want to see that new hire in 3 weeks to 90 days? Ultimately, most managers wanted their staff to be up and running within 3 weeks to 4 weeks, and then do an assessment from there to kind of check how they're doing. There was also a need to evaluate the training. None of that existed, like I said. Nothing about how the structured content was. It was all word of mouth. Nothing that they could fill in, nothing that they could comment on. And so as we were building this multimodal material, it was also really, really crucial to kind of make sure that there was either a midway check as well as an endpoint check to see how people are doing. And you'll see here some intangible values that we wanted to measure as well, to see how the training impacted, not just from a knowledge building perspective, but also whether it reduced stress or whether even just they learned the unique data governance vocabulary that we had and the mesospeak that we talked as our vocabulary is known. We also wanted to make sure that, you know, how do we refine the processes around our orientation and our introductions? Were they introduced to other teams to help break down these departmental or team silos? How quickly did they get access to our? We're very, very secure. Our security protocols are extremely, extremely strict. And so everything runs through a virtual machine. And just to get access to that, you have to go through certain steps. And so we always wanted to refine that. So, we'd ask people to rate that as well, and also whether there were enough hands-on material. So the values that you see there were these listening tours that I did and pre-surveys that I did with veteran employees and new employees to kind of gauge where we were at in terms of all of that. So here comes the part where all of those proposals that I just talked about then came to life. So you had the in-app training, and so here is another poll. If that's going to come up soon, it might show up here. If hopefully you can show the next poll for me, please. So how many people in your experience is normally involved in scripting, creating and editing a video? I was listening to Laura Schreiber's voiceover presentation yesterday, and fascinating, and really enjoyed that presentation. It brought me back to my work on planting the seeds of using videos for training, and then also just wanted to comment on it. But I wanted to hear from the conference attendees how many people are normally involved in creating a video. Okay. So thanks to those who responded there, and so I see that 43% say 4 more. So the reason why I asked for that is because there was only one person involved in this, and it was myself. And yes, I collaborated with the CEO greatly to script, because he had the most intimate and deeper knowledge of the data governance model. But then having to take what he said, write that up as a script, and then do all the screen images, the overlays, the animations and everything, the voiceover as well. So all of that was done by one person. And then putting all of that in the app was really, really important. One of the other things we built right off the bat was a visual guide of the app and the terminology that we use within the app. The previous versions did not have any hypertext capability of jumping to next items. To kind of turn this not just into a once-off piece of training tool, training material, but to also be able to use it as a reference material you can go back to, and you can jump to any of these hypertext links at the bottom here. Very, very simple, or you could search for items. Sometimes people forget about these things. And so I really wanted to make sure that during training, we even showed that in our initial introduction to the training. This is what the training looked like in its first iteration, and as you can see, it's a little overwhelming. And so we introduced the use of animations here, but our app takes everything that you build in Word or in PowerPoint in this case, and it converts it into a PDF for security reasons. And with that, of course, your animations die. And so what I had to do here was I had to use a little bit of Visual Basic script to maintain the animations. And so instead of seeing this in one go, you saw it one by one. So that really, really helped. We had 2 ways of seeing the videos. The first way you saw on the left-hand side panel there, you could still see it over here, so you could access the videos over on this side. But you could also have these videos in this Netflix, YouTube library fashion. And again, you could quickly jump to something just in time learning. If you're on your phone commuting somewhere, you could look for a video and you could just search for that video. If you heard a concept during a meeting, you could also just check it out there. So hosting both of that, but again, it opened up in the pseudo iframe that you see here, so you never really left the app. So we the training videos actually turned out pretty well, and so much so that we actually then used it for our demos, and it was demoed to potential clients and existing clients to kind of show them everything is within the app, which the clients also really appreciated and enjoyed. So here are some of the training philosophies that we share. So one of the things that we had to build was, as you heard me say, there was no place, no central repository, and we had access security protocol issues that we needed to define. One way we overcame that was to build this SharePoint training site. In the SharePoint training site, there was also an opportunity to kind of share with the rest of the company, as well as the new hires, why the training looks like it looks. why do we take these approaches? How did this come to life? Why was it informed in this way? So you saw all of that here, and then on top here you had all of these other tabs with training material, as well as material that helped to build affinity with the company. And this was just another example of taking text that was shared with me and then making it aesthetically pleasing in a very graphical way. What you're seeing here is our environments, our testing environments. So we go from our developers testing environments to our user acceptance testing environments to our client testing environments over here in camp. And then you go into the production. So by the time you get to the production environment for our clients, everything is tip-top. And when a new hire starts, they hear these terminologies, but it's being thrown at them. And so yeah, they can always come back to this. And this is not just available in the app, but it's also available in the SharePoint training site, so they could kind of get this pre-learning going. So with the videos as well, they could access the videos there. And then to further build this kind of social connectedness and affiliation with one another and the company and break down those silos, we started building out, this new hire bio page. And so people could check the valuable experience that everybody else brought to the company and points of connection with one another, so that when they reach out to somebody, they have something that they could connect to and kind of latch onto that and build a relationship. I've fuzzed out these photos a little bit, but the photos here that's also in the SharePoint training site was showcasing how the office was built a couple of years ago and who the veteran employees were that were involved in that. And that not just gave a pride to those veteran employees, but also a pride to the new employees to kind of tap into, so that they know who these long-standing staff members are and the hard work that had gone into it. The other thing that we built was this training map that you saw earlier on that we now converted into a control sheet. And so yeah, just checking if they have everything that they need, like you saw earlier on, to get all the tools that they need to do their job and to check everything off. And then from there, we move to the next set in the tabs at the bottom here. You'll see that they are, okay, so if you know these 65 terms of our data governance model in the app, then you're good to go, and you could rate your knowledge after going through the training material, and then they could revisit that material with me if they scored themselves a 2 or a 3, and we could get them up to a 4 or a 5. This next tab showed how we scaffolded the learning, and previously we had this user acceptance testing page in Excel, but it was just a scattered list, unsequenced, of all the things that you needed to check in the app, that you were expected to check in the app if things were working. So I took that and rearranged it in a manner that kind of showed, okay, so when you start, you have viewing access, and as you progress, you're getting edit access. And so let's tap into that and kind of show you what we need to do to get you up and running with understanding how our app works and your work with it.
Too much. We are just about getting to the end of the time, even without time for Q&A. So if you maybe just take a couple more minutes. There's so much to show, and if you could share your slides after as well, we can put that in the proceedings. So if you can take about the next 2-3 minutes, and then do what you can.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we also had some quizzes in there, and we used Camtasia, but it was very limited. And so this is where the open source videos came in. It offered us a lot more, in terms of Bloom's taxonomy. We could hit higher order thinking. And then I just wanted to, I'm going to skip through to the evaluation just to show some of the things that we did. It's not skipping. Anyway, we had, so here's some of the evaluations that we did. We checked with people beforehand what their knowledge was about the app. And then we also checked what their ratings were on the documentation and the videos, as well as intangible aspects. I did have a poll question, but we are running out of time there. And so here you can see just on those intangibles how new hires felt about the training, the knowledge that they were building, as well as just their morale, their confidence, and understanding of the vocabulary that came with it. And so other analytics that we tapped into was the videos and the region. We could tap into this in terms of the various regions and where people were watching the videos, the hot zones of those videos, where they stopped, and so on. So yeah, we made that available in the SharePoint site as well for transparency's sake. But I think I'll pause there, seeing that I'm going way over time. If you have any questions, feel free to shoot me an email at that email address there.
Great. Yeah, no, thanks so much. So we'll leave his email address up for a second, and there's a lot there. Will you be able to share your slides after the? I think we have them, but if we can include them in the conference proceedings, and if there's anything there that we can do, then people can scroll through the rest as well and catch up on everything else. Well, fantastic. Well, thanks so much. You've got a huge, it's such a significant strategy and so many components that there's not time to get to all of it. But thanks for taking the time to walk us through some. So there's really a lot there. So good to see you as always, and thanks once again. So we'll
thanks, David.
Stick around in the chat. All right, great to talk to you. All right, I'll see you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, well, thanks again. If you please do reach out to Dominic with any questions, and we'll have the slides available, added to the conference proceedings. And you can see the parts that we didn't quite get to. And we're moving on in the program. We have one more talk before the break, and we have Ashraf Badawi from Egypt. He is with us here. He did pre-record a talk and then is going to be here, and is here already, in person for the Q&A session. So we're going to go ahead and roll his intro and his talk, and then we'll get on to a live Q&A right after that. So here we go.
Hello, good
All right, thanks so much, and thanks for being here in person as well as with the pre-recorded talk. So enjoy that. And we have the chat if people have questions, and as the questions may come in. So I want to start with one question. It's very, I haven't seen anything else that really tries to integrate AI and the teacher side, kind of the way that you're doing here. Do you see the role of the teacher in your system evolving over time as technology changes? Is that something you might envision down the line?
Definitely, the role of the teacher will evolve with the more actions, more information about the learner we can measure. First, if you're talking about a regular classroom, a small group, regular classroom, and then MOOCs, the role of the teacher in any one of these, depending on what information I can get about these learners. And before we say machine learning, one of the points that I was trying to make in my presentation is that we do not have the data. So the machine learning assumes that we have a long history of interaction of these students with these data, or typical students with typical data, so that we can have an interaction history, so that we can give useful recommendations. If we don't have this, if we just have starting with content, how can we start building this? So this is where the teacher actually can be quite useful, because the teacher is going to be the memory for the system. The teacher is going to be the source of experience. Okay, in my history, in my experience, that this is the typical path. If somebody did this and then this and then this with these alternatives, then that could be a typical path. Add to this an initial user model that can lead to enhanced recommendations. So the teacher, if he has a smaller number of students, can devote individual attention to tuning each user model. If he's talking to like 1,000 students together, then he's going to rely on peer groups, that these learners sort of look like each other in the context of taking that particular course or this particular material. So if they are sort of behaving in a similar way, the system is not going to raise an alarm. So the system will keep generating alarms that this guy is typically not engaged, this guy is typically skipping through the videos, this guy is typically not reaching out for the material except like 5 minutes before the next session is here. Then more attention can be devoted from the teacher to these outliers in terms of their behavior and interaction.
So are you looking at the teacher being used to both to basically to seed the system with specific information about an individual learner as well, an individual student, to help build that user model?
Yes.
Okay.
So in absence of data to jumpstart the recommendation system, then the teacher is the possible source for such initial recommendations.
Okay. Is there a sort of an online interview process of sorts that the teacher would follow to to fill out everything that you're looking for to seed the system with information for a particular student?
So basically what I do, and I am guessing that this is common for typical professors and teachers, that they have an initial plan. So basically I taught that course before, I have this learning objective. These guys typically come to me when they have these gaps in their understanding. So here is what I'm gonna try, and how do I address these gaps? If I apply an initial assessment to this, I give them a quiz in the first meeting to sort of know, okay, to verify my assumptions about them. That's how I would handle it. I'm guessing that this is the way that it can happen. So the way that if I'm going to sign up to take this course, this is the plan, the initial plan that I am signing up to. And this is definitely close to 100% depending on the teacher experience in the first few runs.
Okay, all right. Now that makes sense. Is there a part of this then, either now or over time, that would look at a particular user, a particular student, across courses, like not just specific to one course, but would you be able to leverage information taken from several courses for one student and start to get a feel for sort of who they are, what they like, what they're likely to skip, and all that kind of thing?
Okay, what I'm going to say is notwithstanding any limitations on what can and we cannot measure and privacy concerns and so
Sure.
if we put this to the side for a minute, the user has a typical behavior. If this guy is typically engaged, attending the online sessions, attempting the problems, and that for that particular course, he's not engaged, he's not accessing the material, he's not. So there is something here that we can know about. Is this typical for this guy, or this is not his typical way of interaction? Then this is something that. If this guy never raises their hand, if this guy never participates in group exercises, this guy is that's typical for him, then okay, then we know that he's not comfortable with group interactions for one reason or the other. So the user model definitely have aspects that can be generalized to other courses. So we have a profile for the learner that we can update across courses for sure. And this is something that if we have the guy entering the program at the first year, first semester, all the way through the end, of course, it begs the question what happens after that. But at least for that life of the program, we should have a very reliable user model after a few courses.
Yeah, no, that's great, and that's really interesting. One more question. You mentioned, I mean, you talked a little bit about classrooms, and you talked about MOOCs, and so what do you see the role? Do you see the role of the teacher being in terms of data collection then being different because you can get some more information from from the machine side for MOOC than you could for a classroom? So how is the teacher role different in sort of seeding the information database in classroom versus MOOCs?
So if it's a classroom setup, then the teacher has a lot of options in terms of probing questions, in terms of online surveys, in terms of group exercises. But when it comes to MOOCs, if the user consents to sort of turn on their camera while interacting, then we can measure out about their engagement.
Mm-hmm.
If not, then at least with the pattern of interaction with the material itself can give us some further clues. It's the role of the teacher for the classroom. Obviously, his bandwidth is divided to a lower number of students, which can give like individual attention to. If I only have 30 students, I know each one of them by name. I can ask probing questions and know that I have the time and effort and energy to go back to their history and see, okay, so why is he not engaged in my class, and to sort of review his user model as a whole. In MOOCs, of course, that becomes a lot less possible. Hence, it's what I am able to measure in MOOCs. Since we are a university, we have the assumption that this is a classroom is typical because our groups are groups of 30 at the end. We have not really considered a whole bunch of metrics specifically for MOOCs, but we are building models using the camera that would measure quite successfully engagement with gaze detection and mouse clicks.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell a lot about if the person is engaged or not engaged, even if their gaze is fixed towards the screen. Their mouse clicks can still tell us whether they are engaged or just have their eyes fixed on the screen.
And if they know the camera's on, they may do that, I suppose, right? They may they know if that's they know what the test is and how to game the test if it comes to it.
Yes.
And that's something to work around. Okay, no, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. One last question. I'm curious. Is it what stage are you at this point? Is it in terms of being able to roll this out and use this with actual teachers and students, or how far along are you in terms of being able to start to gather information and have people try it out in real use cases?
We are working on top of Moodle. We have some of our research going in towards building this learners engagement. I think some of them are in our references. We are trying it for like 5 courses. We started with one in the fall semester, and then we had it in 5 courses. But the people teaching these 5 are also the researchers and PIs and co-PIs for the project. So there is a lot of still hands-on, and it's like sort of collaborative filtering. So we're still measuring. We're not getting very high confidence in the recommendations from the system yet.
But it's early on, but still, you have real people. I mean, they are researchers, but they're real use cases already, right?
Yes, these are real courses. These are real courses that are currently running in our. And of course, we picked math courses since they are the easiest to measure and see progress, and because most of it is ends with numerical metrics.
Okay. Well, terrific. Well, this is really fascinating, interesting work. I hope to keep up with it. We're kind of just at the end of our time, but I appreciate you coming on and joining us virtually from Egypt. And it's great to have you here. Hopefully, we'll see you back next year. And I really love to see how the progress continues. It's great to talk with you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thanks again. Well, that's going to conclude our morning session, morning Eastern time. So thanks again to everyone for staying with us through the morning. All sorts of things to talk about. We're going to have an hour break Eastern time, or an hour break anytime, and we'll be back at 1:30 Eastern time. So thanks again, and I'll see you on the other side of the break.